Unless it gives you cold.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, good evening, everyone. Hope everyone can see me here among all this stack of paperwork, but just want to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council for June 3rd, 2025. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call and posting of the agenda, please?
Mayor MacArthur.
Here.
Councilmember Perallo. Here. Councilwoman Perez. Here. Councilmember Starr.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran.
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted in the kiosk at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Thursday, May 22nd. Thank you.
Thank you. In prior to closed session, we will take public comments on the closed session agenda. Can the city attorney provide the statement prior to closed session, please?
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D1, and 54956.9, Subdivision D4, based on existing facts and circumstances to decide whether to intervene in one potential case filed under seal. The City Council will also recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D4, based on existing facts and circumstances to decide whether to initiate litigation in one potential case.
Thank you. And Mr. Stark, we'll start with you. I think you want to recuse yourself from an item.
Yeah, I do. So regarding item C1, which is the existing litigation filed under seal pursuant to the Government Code section mentioned, 12652, I think it is. Before I say this, there's a posting on social media that falsely states that I'm a plaintiff suing the city of Oxnard, which is interesting in itself as the case is under seal. But for the record, the city of Oxnard is not a defendant in this case. Neither am I, nor is moving Oxnard forward. Once the case is no longer under seal, the identity of the defendant or defendants will be disclosed. And while I believe my involvement in this case as a key TAM plaintiff is aligned with the city's interests, I can foresee a scenario where that can no longer be the case, and for that reason, I am recusing myself from this item C1.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers on either item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers virtually or in person for closed session items. And then for the record, Councilwoman Basua is present. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. We are adjourned for a close.
Can I make an announcement?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Go
I know
ahead.
I was late. Due to the nature of C2, is that correct, Mr. Fisher? Item?
Yes, even though we haven't disclosed the facts in my discussion with you about what that case is. It relates to your employment, so you can make your recusal
Yes.
statement.
Yes, so I will be recusing myself from closed session item C2. I have been informed it does have to do with my employer, so in order to be transparent, I will not be participating in that discussion.
Okay, sounds very good. City Attorney, we're going to take item C2 first, correct? And then we'll take item C1, so Mr. Stroud
Yes.
can participate in C2?
Yes.
Okay. Sounds good. The City Council will now recess to a closed session, and at 5:30 PM, we will begin with an appointment item. Thank you. Okay, we're ready, okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome back. The city council has just emerged from a closed session, and I'll ask the city attorney for any announcements to make. Go ahead, Mr. Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. For item C2 on the closed session agenda, the City Council, by a unanimous vote with Councilwoman Basua having recused herself and not participating in the matter at all, has directed the city attorney to initiate an action. The action that defendants and other particulars shall, once formally commenced, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry, unless to do so would jeopardize the city's ability to effectuate service of process under one or more unserved parties, or that to do so would jeopardize its ability to conclude existing settlement negotiations to its advantage.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. We'll go to the next item on the agenda. This is an appointment item, a presentation by the County of Ventura Vector Control. We're anticipating about 20 minutes for this. The recommendation is that the City Council receive the verbal report regarding the Ventura County Resource Management Agency, Environmental Health Division Vector Control Program, and provide comments. Thank you for being here, sir. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good to see everybody. Meet some new faces and see some that were here last time I was here. And we really appreciate the opportunity to come and speak about our program. And I'm here with Stephen Solomon, who's our program lead and vector ecologist. And we provided some of the hard copies of our annual report for last year, which coincidentally just got printed out today. And we're going to summarize our activities here in this presentation. Whoops. All right, let me go back. Sorry. Okay, so everyone in the audience can see our cover of our annual report. And as I said, we're going to summarize our activities for last year and talk a little bit about what we expect to experience for the rest of this mosquito season. So starting from the beginning, what is a vector? And a vector is an insect or other animal that transmits disease to other animals. And as a lot of people know, ticks can transmit many things, including Lyme disease, and we have ground squirrels that are involved in the transmission of plague. Deer mice are involved with hantavirus, and the main culprit or the focus of our program is the mosquito on the right side there. And we have several species of mosquitoes in Ventura County that we're interested in, and some of them can transmit diseases that we're concerned about. And these diseases include West Nile virus, St. Louis encephalitis, Western equine encephalitis. Sorry.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but for those council members that have not had the pleasure of meeting you, would you please introduce yourself?
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I heard my name at the beginning, but I am Kerry Swoboda, and I'm the supervisor of the County Environmental Health Vector Control Program.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for that. And in recent years, we've got an invasive species of mosquito that can transmit things like dengue, Zika, chikungunya, and as everyone knows, mosquitoes are also a nuisance that affect the quality of life. And so we focus on reducing those public health threats and the nuisance factor of mosquitoes. On the right, we have a diagram of the life cycle of mosquitoes, and that part of their life cycle where they depend on water to go through their development is an important part of the biology that we focus on, where our program controls those immature stages when they're in the water before they come out as flying adult mosquitoes. And the rest of our staff consists of 4 permanent vector control technicians, and each one of them oversees a part of the county that we divide up into zones. And each one of the permanent technicians oversees some of the seasonal technicians that work under them. And these technicians are young people, usually often students or recently graduated students that work from spring through fall. With our program, we have some returning technicians every year that help us out a lot with their experience, and each year we get some new people to bring into the program, and we really appreciate their assistance. The things that the technicians are doing out there in the field consist of inspecting a lot of sources that we have throughout the county. And when they're inspecting those sources, they're often using that dipper cup on a stick to sample water, and they look in that cup to see if they see any mosquito larvae. And we actually brought some visual aids this time because it was requested last time. And we'll go ahead and pass those out.
Visually, yeah.
For everyone that wants to get a close look at mosquito larvae. And there you go. Please don't open them up. Those are all immature stages in there, but those are special jars that allow them, when they do develop, they'll fly up to the top part, and we can see what species there are and stuff.
Martha, do you have a blue?
I also
pen so
brought
can
a
sign
couple
the
examples
certificate?
of mosquito fish, which I'll talk about more in a minute, but people often are curious when we mention mosquito fish, and that's what those look like. Continuing with the presentation, while you're looking at those, on the chart, you can see the fourth row down, we have Oxnard underlined, and we show that we've done, in 2024, we did about 300 inspections, or I'm sorry, we have 300 inventoried sources in the city of Oxnard. We conducted almost 2,500 inspections on those sources in 2024 and performed 1,200 mosquito source treatments, which can consist of treating with a larvicide or altering the source so that the standing water doesn't persist long enough to breed mosquitoes, or otherwise managing it to prevent mosquitoes. We also conduct a lot of service requests, and those consist of investigating mosquito complaints or picking up dead birds for testing for mosquito-borne diseases, or several other things like mosquito fish deliveries and stagnant swimming pool investigations. Sometimes people call in about their mosquito population in their neighborhood, and there may be a swimming pool due to neglect or a vacant house or for other reasons. And we'll look into that and try to get that mitigated. Here is a picture of a mosquito fish for those who don't have one in their hand. And we give those out to people with ornamental water features, ponds and fountains, things like that. Sometimes they're appropriate for those unmaintained swimming pools. And they're little guppy type fish that are surface feeders, and they're really hardy and very hungry. And thank you. And they can control mosquitoes in a water source like an ornamental pond very effectively and dependably. And we give them out for free. People call and we'll deliver them to their doorstep. It's a really good program because we learn about a lot of backyard mosquito breeding sources that we wouldn't otherwise know about. People get to take advantage of the free fish, and it's a win-win. Like I said, we also pick up dead birds reported by the public for testing. The State Department of Public Health runs a West Nile virus surveillance program that will run the samples we send them through the lab, and that's a way to detect the presence of West Nile virus. And then we can allocate our resources appropriately. Besides the dead bird program, we have other surveillance methods like trapping and testing mosquitoes. And on the right, there's a picture of one of the types of mosquito traps that we use. And in that top can, there'll be a chunk of dry ice that gives off CO2 all night. and attracts mosquitoes like a warm-blooded host. And below there's a little fan and a catch net. We'll collect it the next morning, sort and count the mosquitoes, and then send some of them off to the lab and see if they have any diseases. We also have a couple of chicken flocks around the county that we take blood samples from every 2 weeks and see if they have antibodies to mosquito-borne diseases. And as I mentioned, ticks and some of the other animals will participate in disease surveillance by collecting and testing those. Another exciting development for us in 2024 was the implementation of a new software program. We had the same old methodology for years and years, but now the technicians carry iPads with them in the field that are connected all the time, and the database connection allows them to look back at sources and see what's been done there lately, when was the last treatment done, and what was used. If a complaint comes into the office, a report of mosquitoes, we can dispatch it to a technician and assign it to them. They get an alert on their iPad and can look into it right away. It's really improved efficiency a lot. And here's a little look at the mosquito sources in Oxnard, and you can see the color coding shows the technician which ones are due for inspection and which ones are up to date. In 2024, we got some new partnerships and maintained some relationships. One of the new developments was due to the rising occurrence of dengue throughout the world and in California. We've partnered with Ventura County Public Health, Naval Base Ventura County, and several other agencies to go through dengue preparedness planning and tabletop exercise. And in 2022, there was 2 cases of dengue virus transmitted in California from that invasive mosquito species I mentioned earlier. And those were the first 2 incidences of transmission that did not involve travel. It was most likely brought into the area from an infected traveler, but then a mosquito picked it up from them and passed it on to a person that had not traveled. That's what I mean. So 2023, there was 2 cases. And in 2024, there was 18 cases in Southern California of locally transmitted dengue. And it's really associated with a huge rise in areas of the world where it's endemic. And that's continuing this year. So we're really excited about our collaboration with other agencies to try to prepare for that and protect the public more, be able to respond in the best manner. We've also, we have a great relationship with the UC Extension Master Gardener Program, and Steve here has given a couple talks to them recently on mosquito source prevention, and they're a great group because they gather knowledge and they go out and disperse it, and they participate in a lot of events, give a lot of talks on their own, and they put our information on their website, etc. We are excited they're going to represent us at the Bug Festival, at the Insect Fest this weekend, and hopefully some people will learn about mosquitoes through them as well. And also we partner with the County Farm Worker Resource Program to provide information to them to distribute to farm workers about ways to protect themselves from mosquitoes in the field, and the fact that they can contact us and have us investigate incidences of high mosquito populations and hopefully get some control on that. We want to help protect them as well. And another development was the county has always had a public information officer, but in 2024, our agency got their own public information officer, which has led to more opportunities to share our message and educate the public on social media, et cetera. 2025, some differences. This is going to be a hotter, drier summer, longer mosquito breeding season, less rainfall compared to the previous 2 years, and there's going to be less water sitting around some areas that were flooded in the wet years, but it leads to other problems like lack of flow in creeks and streams. And as we've talked about in the past with you about the Santa Clara River mouth and estuary, during those wet years, that was blown open by the high flow and kept open for most of the time. This year, we expect to spend a lot more effort in there trying to control the mosquitoes and the water that's going to get blocked up behind the berm stagnate. And then, as I mentioned, the local dengue transmission in Southern California is a continued challenge for us to prepare for. We appreciate the relationship with you guys, and we know that some of our program goals coincide with the council's objectives of public health, quality of life, et cetera, and infrastructure and things like that. So we're on the same page when it comes to water management and, excess runoff, things like that. We work with a few departments on accessing areas that we need to get into to do control, and public education on things like mosquito cycle and mosquito breeding places, things like that are ways that you can help us achieve our mission. And with that, our last slide has our names and phone numbers, the mosquito complaint hotline that we have for the public to call, and the mosquito fish request hotline, and dead bird hotline that the state runs, and our website down there at the bottom. And there's a picture of a mosquito fish doing its thing. And to that, I'll take any questions that anyone might have.
Go ahead, Mr. Parlow.
Thank you very much for coming. Appreciate your staff and the information you brought to the table. You mentioned two things, dengue fever. Can you explain to the public and the council what are the negative side effects if you get involved with dengue? And number two, what will you do to try to keep the mouth and the flow of the Santa Clara River to prevent the need for the spraying in there because there's no high flow going out of the river? The sandbar that gets built up. Apparently there's an issue about opening it up to let the water flow out. Will you take an active interest in that for the safety and welfare of the county?
We can't really do much about breaching the berm. There's an interest in preserving the ecology there and the role of the estuary and a lot of bird populations and fish populations, things like that. We work with the city and the wastewater department, and they collaborate on helicopter treatments with us when it gets backed up so bad that the amount of habitat is too much for our technicians to tackle on foot. And we try to get larvicide into as many areas as we can, and when it gets really big and bad, we have to contract with a helicopter company, and we get assistance with that through the city. The breaching of the berm isn't really on the table anymore. They let nature take its course when it comes to that, basically. And some years it stays open most of the time, and this year we expect it to be blocked up for most of the time period, but we're ready to do whatever we have to do in there to prevent as many mosquitoes as we can. And then with dengue fever, the dengue is one of those diseases that has about 60% of people infected won't show any symptoms at all. They'll be asymptomatic, and other people will develop mild to severe flu-like symptoms. Several mosquito-borne diseases kind of fall into that flu-like symptom category. Some people will get severe dengue, and it can be life-threatening, and generally vulnerable populations, older people, very young people, or people with immunocompromised conditions. Dengue is certainly something that should be avoided, and there's no vaccine widely available now. There's the early vaccine for very limited uses in some parts of the world, but in general, there's not a vaccine available, and the best prevention is to reduce the mosquitoes that can carry it. And it's those invasive Aedes mosquitoes. They love the habitats around people's homes, little saucers under potted plants, and things that easily escape your attention. So we try to get the word out and reduce the odds of it happening in the first place. And then, yeah, it's.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parlo. Any other comments or questions? Oh, go ahead.
I just have a question regarding the map. If we can go back to the map a couple slides over. If you don't mind just sharing with the public what the color patterns indicate. And then my second question is just looking at the map here, I know the J Street waterway is in my district, District 6, and just curious if there's any efforts to monitor that area and what the current happenings are for that waterway.
Sure. The colors represent mosquito breeding source being due for an inspection. Basically, if it's a really productive source, it's put on the list to be checked every week, and if it's less of a problem, the cycle is longer. Just has to do with the history of mosquito breeding, basically. And that's flexible. We adjust that as needed. So the red dots represent places where the technician needs to go soon. The yellow ones are coming up to be due, and the green ones are recently inspected and, not due at the time. And you also see, if you look really close, at the very top, like up in the Riverwalk area, at the very bottom in the Ormond Beach area and down Halico Lagoon at the bottom of J Street, like you just mentioned, there's some things that aren't dots, and they're what we call polygons, and this program allows us to draw those shapes for the bigger sources, and it represents the overall shape of it. And the technicians, when they do a treatment, if it's really one side of that water body where the emergent vegetation creates the habitat and needs the attention, they can draw a polygon to capture that area, and then in the future they can look back at which areas needed treatment and stuff like that. So we use both the dots and the polygons. J Street Drain has a long history of inspections, and there's a lot of different parts of it. Parts of it will be dry, very little water, just a little urban drool coming into it, and then as you get towards the bottom, when that berm is blocked up especially, it backs up quite a bit from Halico Lagoon up into the channel. And we check it on a regular basis and sprinkle larvicide in there in general when we find breeding. Most of it actually has decent steep banking, and when the water's deep enough and the sides are steep enough and you get a little wind-caused wave action, it's not really conducive to mosquitoes, but you get some junk in there, algae mats, stuff like that. It provides that harborage they need. So we check it frequently and respond to the conditions as they are.
Thank you, Councilwoman Perez. Any other comments or questions? This was certainly very informative. Go ahead, Mr. Parlo. Oh, yes, sir. If you can just introduce the rest of your staff.
Oh,
please.
sure. Stephen Solomon is the program lead and vector ecologist. He does most of the disease surveillance, and I was going to let him share some of the slides, but I just got on the
You
board.
just,
Yeah.
it's okay. But thank you, this was very informative. Any other questions or anything? No? Thank you.
All right. Thanks for having us, you guys.
We don't take public comment on this item, correct? This is just information. Yeah. Okay. Just ask her. Madam Clerk, were there any speakers on this particular presentation?
Mayor MacArthur and council members, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to call the meeting now to order for the Oxnard City Council and Oxnard Housing Authority for Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call and posting of the agenda followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, and a moment of silence.
Commissioner Andrade? Councilwoman Commissioner Basua?
Here.
Mayor Chair MacArthur?
Here.
Councilmember Commissioner Perallo?
Here.
Councilwoman Commissioner Perez?
Here.
Councilwoman Commissioner Rodriguez?
Present.
Councilmember Commissioner Starr?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vice Chair Teran?
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted in the kiosk at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Thursday, May 22nd. I also have an announcement. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3, each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive $50 pay for convening this meeting, with the exception of Commissioner Starr, who has declined to receive compensation. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. To start our meeting this evening, as folks may recall, we've had students from each of our Oxnard high schools come out here from the Oxnard Union High School District. Our final student for this school year actually would be Mr. Jose Luis Ramirez from Anacapa Adult Transition Program. And as the mayor mentioned in just a moment, Mr. Ramirez will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by his story. After the Pledge of Allegiance, though, we're going to do just a quick moment of silence for former Mayor Tom Holden, Dr. Holden, and I believe Councilor Perello had another request for an additional individual.
There's a gentleman named Roger Ryder who worked for the city of Oxnard's accounting several decades ago. A terrific gentleman. Leaves behind a wife, family, and a lot of friends.
Thank you very much. So after the Pledge of Allegiance, we'll have a moment of silence. And then after the mayor says thank you, then we'll start with Mr. Ramirez's story. You ready to start with the pledge?
Please stand and face the flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
My name is Jose Ramirez. I graduated from Rio Mesa High School in 2021. I started at Anacapa Adult Station in 2022. I worked at Jack in the Box for 2 years. And then I worked at Habitat for Humanity. I participated in unified sport playing basketball, track and field, and soccer. I want to thank Ms. Shannon for helping me to be a great student, my friend Jesse, and my other friends too. I want to thank Matt and Tyler for the Oka Academy for helping me get a job. I am graduating this year from Anacapa and I am really proud of myself. I want to thank my stepdad for everything he has done for me. After graduation, I plan to go to search 1 year in internship at St. John Hospital. I will work 20 hours a week and take classes 20 hours a week. And one more thing. I am most proud of getting my driver's license. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jose. It was easy, right? So we'll just give her one more round of applause. Awesome. So if we could, I'd like to invite the staff and the adults here who have been here to support you this evening. And as they come up here, we have a presentation, a certificate from the mayor, and maybe you can say a few words about Anacapa and the Orcas Academy that was mentioned as well. So they'll make their way up here. All right. Yes, go ahead, sir. Great job. Pulled it out.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. My name's Matt.
Yeah, good to see you. Nice to see you again. Hey, nice to see you. I remember you from the school.
Hello.
Hello again. Hello. Hi again. All right, thank you, Mayor. Before we do the presentation of the certificate here, I'm wondering if the principal would mind saying a few words about Anacapa and the Orca Academy, if you'd like.
Whoa, sorry. I do a lot of public speaking, but this is great. For the city council to acknowledge Jose Luis, a star among Anacapa Sea Dogs. This is our 4th year as a school, the first special education school in Ventura County outside of the County Office of Education. We're setting the standard for special education for kiddos with intellectual and developmental disabilities, providing college and career pathways. The more people that know about us, the more opportunities open up. So I'd invite any of the council members to come visit us, open invitation. What we have is pretty amazing. We have 180 students, 15 classrooms, 75 staff, all with the goal of supporting students like Jose into their careers, training programs, or day programs. Thanks for welcoming us. Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to the mayor in just a second here, but I did have the pleasure and the honor of touring the school previous week and seeing in action the teaching staff, what did you say, it was 55 paraeducators that you have there, and speech pathologists, a lot of folks there working together to help the students in their growth and a lot of vocational training. And I will be signing up for the flower program for the coming school year. So that's something that's there. I'll put information out for our staff at City Hall as well. But thank you all again. Thank you, Jose, again. That was amazing. I love that you came up here and worked with your folks here to tell us a little bit about yourself and all your accomplishments. So congratulations to you. With that, I'm going to turn it to the mayor, who has something for you. If you want to trade spots with me.
Yeah.
There you go.
Come on up here, Jose Luis. As everyone can see, first of all, it's my absolute honor to present this certificate to Jose Luis. We're just staunch supporters of all members of our community, and as a testament here, we see all of his support, from his principal to the teaching staff that's here, and all of us here as a community standing right behind you, Jose. Okay, so wishing you the best of your whatever it is you pursue, your best of endeavors, okay? This is one of the privileges I have as a mayor, is to present this to you, and I'll read it. This is for you, Jose Luis Ramirez, Anacapa Adult Transition Program. Whereas the City Council, the City of Oxnard, wishes to extend its sincere congratulations to you, Jose Luis, for your dedication, perseverance that have been instrumental in your success. Your willingness to work hard towards your goal, despite obstacles, is certainly commendable. The City Council and the City of Oxnard presents this certificate of appreciation to you, Jose Luis, and extends our best wishes for your future success in all your pursuits. And it's my absolute honor as the mayor of the city to sign this certificate for you. Congratulations. And if we could just get a picture, if anybody else wants to say anything on his, yeah, absolutely.
Council members and Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for having us. My name is Matt Mahovlik. I'm one of Jose's teachers.
My name is Amber Whitson. I'm one of 3 speech pathologists at Anacapa.
My name is Kimberly, and I am one of Jose's friends.
Hi, my name is Anna, and I'm also one of Jose's friends.
Me? Hello, my name is Jesus, and I'm his brother.
I am Tyler Kamek, a co-teacher in Orca, one of his teachers. I'm super proud of him. And thank you. This is huge.
My name is Anna, and just his friend too.
Can we just get the round for a photo? Yeah, thank you. Is Grace and Charlene here? Yeah. Yeah, come on up, Grace and Charlene. The next item on the agenda is we're moving to the ceremonial items. And it's the presentation of a proclamation designating June 12th, 2025 as Philippine Independence Day flag raising. Hi there, how are you? Pleasure, thank you for coming out. How are you doing, sir? Thank you for coming out. This is a proclamation for Philippine Independence Day and the flag raising. The Philippines declared independence from Spain over 125 years ago after more than 300 years of Spanish rule. Yeah, right? Yeah. The first Filipino immigrants came to Ventura County in the early 1930s and worked as migrant farm laborers who made historic and significant contributions to the agricultural and economic growth of this county. The Filipinos in the military served side by side with Americans in World War II, which later paved the way for recruitment into the U.S. Naval Service in 1947. Countless Filipino Americans, veterans have served and continue to serve this great nation during the Korean War, Vietnam, Desert Storm, Afghanistan, and the Iran conflicts. Several Filipino Americans are also city, county, state, and federal employees who play an important role in the civic, community, and cultural sectors of our society. Many Filipino Americans are recognized professionals in the medical, legal, educational, and business communities. There's a large number of Filipino American retirees in this county who contribute to the local economy, and many who continue to be in the forefront of progressive movements to create a fair and just society for all of us. So it's therefore my absolute pleasure as the mayor of the city of Oxnard to proclaim June 12th, 2025 as Philippine Independence Day flag raising. So Grace and Sonia? Alvin, pleasure meeting both of you, Sonia and Alvin. It is just my, this is one of the things I really enjoy is giving these proclamations out because we clearly know the impact our Filipino community has had here in our city. So this is just an absolute privilege for me. This is for you. Thank you. And now, so if you want to say anything.
Thank you, council members and Mayor MacArthur for this honor. We appreciate the friendship that the city of Oxnard has always bestowed upon the Filipino American community here in Ventura County. Like Mayor MacArthur said, on June 12, 1898, the Philippines declared its independence independence from over 300 years of Spanish rule, colonial rule. So on this year, 2025, it marks 127 years of freedom from Spain. So we're really excited to celebrate this day with you on June 13, not June 12, here in the city of Oxnard in front of City Hall. We will have our flag raising ceremony again this year. Thank you, City of Oxnard, for hosting us again this year. We invite everybody to join us. There's Filipino food. So, a Filipino event is not complete without Filipino food. So please join us on June 13th. Thank you.
And just to highlight the strong partnership that we have, I'm just absolutely honored. On June 12th is the State of the City address that I'll be providing at Zachary Dunes. But because I'm doing that, our Filipino community moved to June 13th, just because of the strong partnership with our city. So I and the rest of the council and our executive leadership team can be there as well, celebrating in partnership with them. So they moved it to the 13th. So thank you for that, for accommodating us for that. Sonia, anything? Alvin, anything you want to say? No? Okay. They're just happy. They're happy to be us. Thank you. And now we will move to the next ceremonial item. This is the presentation of a proclamation designating June 21, 2025 as the 34th annual Juneteenth celebration. Yeah. Yeah, come on up, Angela, and others, please. Hi there. Michaela, sorry. I'm just going to read you just a summary of this proclamation that we're presenting here tonight. This is proclaiming Juneteenth Celebration Day on June 21, 2025. On January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, legally and officially declaring an end to slavery here in the United States. On June 19th, 1865, Union soldiers led by Major General Gordon Granger rode into Galveston, Texas, to announce the Civil War had ended and the enslaved were free. The announcement stated that in accordance with a proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This involves an absolute equality of rights and rights of property between former masters and slaves, and the connection herefore existing between them becomes that between employer and free laborer. And it was with this act that formed the basis for Black Americans to celebrate Emancipation Day, a day set aside for this nation to celebrate freedom from enslavement on June 19th. This date was the beginning of Juneteenth Freedom Day celebration as former slaves celebrated their newly granted freedoms. On June 19th, 2025, will mark the 160th year of celebration, officially becoming a federal holiday on June of 2021 by President Joe Biden. National Juneteenth Independence Day is celebrated all across the nation with a mission to promote and cultivate knowledge and appreciation for African American history and culture. The inaugural celebration of Juneteenth in Ventura County was June 17, 1989, and was organized and sponsored by the Martin Luther King Jr. Committee of Ventura County in conjunction with Firefighters of Color United Stand, Focus, and the Black Students Union, BSU, of Oxnard College and the other primarily African American organizations. And on the weekend of June 21st, this year's celebration is sponsored by the Juneteenth celebration of Ventura County with the purpose of unifying and raising awareness of our history together. The City Council wishes to recognize the importance of the Juneteenth celebration in Oxnard and commend the organizers for this meaningful educational public event, saluting the special occasion honoring their ancestors while continuing an annual tradition. So it is just my absolute honor as mayor of the City of Oxnard to hereby proclaim June 21 as Juneteenth Celebration Day.
I'm Bruce Stewart, and I am the president of the Juneteenth celebration of Ventura County. However, I cannot talk without mentioning two very important people that make this happen every year, and that is Angela Landers and Julia Dixon. They are the They are the people that make this thing work, and I am so appreciative, as well as the rest of the community, for all the hard work that they do. And Angela, would you like to say a couple of words, or am I putting you on the spot?
You're putting me on the spot, and I will say a couple of words. Thank you. I would like to especially thank the City of Oxnard and the council members so very much for their support of our annual celebration. It is a tradition that has been observed for over 150 years across the country, that we celebrate the ending of slavery. Now, it did start, it was announced in Texas on June 19th, and that's what we're celebrating, even though the Emancipation Proclamation was signed in 1863. But the tradition continues, and we appreciate the support that we have in Oxnard. We're celebrating our 34th anniversary in Oxnard on Saturday, on the 21st of June, from 10 to 5 at Oxnard Plaza Park. So please, please make it a point to come out and visit us, learn something new and exciting. We'll have food, music, and it's free. So please come on out to attend. And again, thank you so much for the City of Oxnard.
And Julia? No, okay. I do want to mention one other date. On June the 9th at the Oxnard Public Library, there'll be a special program from 6 to 7:30 talking about Juneteenth. And you can learn a lot more there. There'll be refreshments, there'll be music, and we consider it our pre-Juneteenth celebration. So please, if you're able, come to the Oxnard Public Library on June 9th at 6 p.m.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Maybe we got some photos now? Any other councilman want to make a comment or anything? No? Okay. Yeah. And Ronald, if you can come up for the public speaking portion for the ceremonial item on the Filipino celebration.
Apologies, Mayor. My public comment card went in a little bit too late for the city clerk, so appreciate the time. Good evening, Mayor MacArthur and city council members. My name is Ronald Orwejo, and I would like to sincerely thank the city for recognizing the Philippine Independence Day with a proclamation for its flag raising that will be occurring later next week. This recognition is an affirmation of the Filipino American community's presence, history, and contributions to our city. June 12 marks the day the Philippines declared independence from Spanish and then American colonial rule in 1898. Celebrating it here reflects our shared commitment to honoring the diverse cultural fabric that makes our city so vibrant. For Filipino Americans like myself, raising the two flags that have made us who we are acknowledges a belonging in the history of both. It reminds both the immigrants and their children that their heritage is valued and strengthens the bridge between generations and cultures. Immigrants such as Tony Gray, who founded the Filipino American Council of Ventura County and most likely the first person of Filipino descent to run for this city council. Immigrants such as my father, Rodolfo Arwejo, who decided to stay and live in Oxnard after 20 years of service to the U.S. Navy, spending the majority of his life in Oxnard. Thank you again for embracing diversity, for making space for stories like ours, and for helping ensure that all communities feel seen and celebrated in the city we proudly call home. My hope is that Filipino Americans increase their civic engagement and advocacy to ensure access to the issues important to them, whether that be recognizing the sacrifices that previous generations made so that we could be in this position, or looking to the future community governance. For example, with our neighboring city of Ventura, electing Ventura County's first ever person of Filipino descent onto their city council. I greatly appreciate the city's recognition of the Philippine Independence Day flag raising. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that comment, Ron. Thank you. We'll move to the next item. And this is the presentation of a proclamation or proclamations to various groups designating June 2025 as Pride Month in the city of Oxnard. And I'm going to have Councilwoman Rodriguez call the organizations up. But before I do that, I'm just going to make some comments myself. For me, it's an honor as we gather here this evening at this council meeting to observe Pride Month, a time that embodies inclusion, diversity, and hope for countless individuals within our LGBTQ+ and queer communities. Historically, the LGBTQ+ community has faced marginalization and various injustices, such as the events of the Stonewall riots, which serve as a poignant reminder of our ongoing struggles still. Pride Month stands as a powerful symbol of inclusivity, allyship, and the creation of safe spaces. As we celebrate this month of June, let us reaffirm as our city our commitment to acknowledging the historical injustices faced by the LGBTQ+ individuals and recognize the leaders, individual leaders and organizations that are pushing very hard to fight for equality. And we stand here in solidarity with this community. Thank you. I'm just going to pass over the mic to you, Councilwoman Rodriguez, to call them up, and then Councilwoman Perez, if you can read the proclamation. Yeah.
So I'm going to call up the rest of everybody else in the crowd to come and join us. I want to thank folks who helped me get the word out about the flag raising and about this proclamation. So it takes a village, and I think we're all responsible for raising healthy, loved, seen children and community members. So I know Jenny Luna is in the audience, so I'd like to start by inviting you, and then I'm going to call everybody else up. So we have the danza Grupo Danza Setlilitsi Nawakampa, and I know you wanted a minute. Okay. With Jenny Luna from Kelsey Channel Island. We have representatives from Obsidian, We have representatives from the Amber Show, but I also want to invite some of our representatives from Oxnard College. We have the Oxnard College Rainbow Resource Center, the Rainbow Cafe, Queer Affairs Club. We have representatives from the Mixteco Indigenous Community Organizing Project, MyCOP. Thank you for being presente. The Get Love Movement, VC Public Health, Fillmore is Proud, One Step a la Vez, PF Flag Ventura, Hope Counseling Center, Oxnard LGBTQIA+, and Diversity Collective. Please don't let me leave anybody else out. I believe Transverse, we might also have representatives here. So thank you all so much for being here. And the Amber Show. So we have Darby Balgas here to receive that on behalf of the Amber Show as well. So again, Amber Show, Obsidian, Setlili, Nawakampa, Diversity Collective, Oxnard LGBTQ, IA+, Hope Counseling, PF Flag Ventura, One Step a la Vez, Fillmore is Proud, VC Public Health, Get Loved Movement, Mixteco Indigenous Community Organizing Project, well known as MyCOP, and the other groups that I mentioned. So here you go, Councilwoman.
Thank you. It's an honor to be able to present tonight's proclamation for June 2025. On June 28, 1969, led by Black trans and queer leaders Marsha P. Johnson and Stormy Delivery, the LGBTQ plus community took a stand against brutality and began the fight for LGBTQ rights at Stonewall Inn in New York City. And cities and towns throughout the United States commemorate the Stonewall riots each June by celebrating Pride Month. A tremendous amount of progress has been made for LGBTQ plus rights, transgender individuals still facing higher instances of hate crimes, bodily harm, and discrimination simply for being who they are. And despite these challenges, LGBTQ plus people remain resilient and live in continued bravery by simply being themselves, building community, and promoting equal rights for all. LGBTQ plus Oxnard residents have existed since the city's founding, and many of our current residents, students, business owners within the city of Oxnard, and city employees who contribute to the enrichment of our city are a part of the LGBTQ plus community. Pride Month offers the community an opportunity to uplift and celebrate different voices within the LGBTQ plus movement and to celebrate the work of LGBTQ plus leaders and organizations who have continuously fought to create equality for all. And as a result, each generation is able to live, love, and be their most authentic selves. Now, therefore, Luis Mayor MacArthur, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, hereby celebrate and proclaim the month of June 2025 as Pride Month. And the City of Oxnard encourages all residents to join us in celebrating the culture, accomplishments, and contributions of LGBTQ plus people. The City Council encourages all residents to work to help advance the cause for equality for all LGBTQ plus people and their families. In witness thereof, I set my hand and caused the Great Seal of the City of Oxnard to be affixed this third day of June 2025, Pride Month. Thank you.
On behalf of Oxnard LGBTQ, I would like to thank the City Council, the Mayor, and the entire City of Oxnard for acknowledging the entire community as a whole. And I think this proclamation is an amazing representation of where the community is going here in Oxnard. As somebody who was born and raised here in Oxnard, this was kind of like a dream that would really never come true when I was younger. So it's an honor to be standing up here and be one of many queer representatives, one of many drag representatives who are building pillars in this community to shift the idea of what Oxnard is. And I'm proud to be from here. I'm proud to be queer, and I'm very proud of where the city is going, and I can't wait to see where it lands.
On behalf of MyCOP, I am the Wellness Director, and our team is here representing. I could not have imagined that one day I'd be standing here today, me, the Indigenous, queer, non-binary unicorn that walks into a room and amplifies the silence. I too share a similar story of fear, discrimination, shame, prejudice, injustice, and struggle to be able to have a voice, but no more. We are reclaiming our identity, our history, our home. We are indigenous, the original peoples, Muxes, two-spirit, our masculinity and femininity, not divided but intertwined into a single body. That's who we are. That's who we have been for ages beyond memory. They have tried to erase us, make us question ourselves, but little did they know we never left. MICOP is a true testament of the strength and resilience of our migrant indigenous communities, and it is a powerhouse of unique resources and on a level of its own. I am honored to work alongside my colleagues who have broken taboo barriers to provide linguistic and culturally appropriate services for LGBTQ plus community members and allies alike. And I want to thank the City of Oxnard and our partners for partnering with us to provide these services. Thank you so much.
On behalf of Oxnard College, I'm the lead of the Rainbow Cafe Support Group, which promotes mental and physical well-being to the students of LGBTQIA+ and allies alike. I really, my heart is like 10 times as big right now because this is like so amazing, because we are so grateful for all the support of the community and the mayor and everybody that's here today. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for giving me this opportunity to help the students and help the community, and just thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am the president of the Queer Affairs Club. I have a few of the members who are here, if they want to say hi. I want to thank the City Council for, affirming and validating, our existence here, and for standing in solidarity with us. It really does mean a lot, and it really does speak to the youth, especially Oxnard youth, that city is here and the city will support you. And this symbolic certificate is a show of support to Oxnard youth and speaks to us at Oxnard College and to every single queer person in the United States.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the community. Oh, yes, please, thank you. My name is Darby Bogus, and I'm honored to speak tonight on behalf of Amber Thompson, creator of The Amber Show. Amber deeply regrets that she cannot be here in person, but she asked me to express her heartfelt gratitude for this recognition. Receiving this proclamation from the city of Oxnard during Pride Month, no less, is not just an honor. It's a powerful reminder of how far we've come and how far we're willing to go together. The Amber Show was born out of a simple idea that truth, visibility, and unapologetic joy could be tools for change. What started as a few reels and recorded speeches has grown into a full media platform that centers LGBTQ+ voices, challenges injustice, and uplifts our community right here in Ventura County. Amber wants to especially thank the city of Oxnard for being a part of a growing regional coalition alongside cities like Ventura and Camarillo that is actively working to build a more inclusive, affirming, and equitable future for all members of the LGBTQ+ community. As someone who will soon be joining the Amber Show on CAPS TV, I can tell you this is just the beginning. We are proud to be your partners in progress, your storytellers, your neighbors. Thank you again for this proclamation and for standing on the side of love, dignity, and justice. Happy Pride.
I'm going to call Dolores Ortiz to please come up here. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. Buenas tardes a todos. I'm here to represent Obsidian, which is a Native Indigenous
Two-Spirit, Third Gender, and Indigenous queer community. We are a support circle that is small yet intimate due to the political climate. A lot of my members are unable to be here as well, specifically because of what we have faced over the years. Our Two-Spirit community has been hidden for so many years, yet has been something that we have hold power over so many generations. It might be by powers, power of knowledge, power of mightiness, and power of fighting for our rights as Two-Spirit members, also as being, here native in this Toro Island. But I just want to bring awareness to everyone that you're not only protecting people, you're protecting a brother, you're protecting a sister, you're protecting an uncle, you're protecting an aunt, you're protecting a sister, brother, neighbor, friend, someone that could be next to you. Our lives should not be in danger. And I thank the city council and the mayor for bringing awareness of this, but yet there is more action that would needs to be done for our people, especially our indigenous community, our Two-Spirit community. There's a lot of work to be done. And that's what I hope to do with the city council members to pursue our goal to make the city a safer place to live. Porque un pueblo unido jamás será unido. Con fuerza se puede todo. Thank you, everyone.
On behalf of Satellite Naucampa, Group of the Four Directions Danza Group, we want to thank the Oxnard City Council for this beautiful honor. And I just, on behalf of the group, want to give our gratitude, but also our ongoing commitment to support our queer Two-Spirit community. And with that caracol, we call our Two-Spirit ancestors and our indigenous community to continue to honor our joy, our love, and our gratitude for our community to continue to be uplifted. Ometeo.
Thank you, sir.
I don't want to forget anybody else? Yep, absolutely, yeah.
Hi, Victoria with Oxnard LGBTQ here. I just wanted to mention we will be having an Oxnard Pride Festival happening June 28th at the end of the month. So everybody here, you're invited. It's free. It's family friendly. So all the organizations, everybody who's here, you're all welcome to come by and enjoy. Samarison is going to be our host. This is Samarison, by the way. She's going to be our host and our headliner performer. So can't wait to see all of you guys over there. Oh yeah, it's gonna be in downtown Oxnard at La Placita. 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Thank you, Mayor, City Council.
Anybody else? If not, we'll gather together for a photo, yeah? Yeah. And don't forget, if you haven't picked up your proclamation, please pick up your proclamation. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Here's your pen too, Lily. I think this is yours. I don't know who's keeping them. Oh, okay. And we have a few speakers on this ceremonial item. If I can call Dr. Sandra Aldana, please. And also Sean. Sean, you'll follow Sandra. And then right after that, we'll have Stephen O'Clair.
Good evening, council members. I feel like I have to introduce myself, so many new faces. I'm Dr. Sandra Aldana. I am the former state representative and governor's appointee of the Central Coast at the State Council on Developmental Disabilities. I'm also currently the representative at the University Center of Excellence in Developmental Disabilities at USC's Children's Hospital for the Central Coast, which has both the San Andreas Regional Center and the Tri-Counties Regional Center as their catchment areas. I also am lucky enough to be a member of your local HIV/AIDS Advisory Coalition. And I am here this evening to let you know how much I really appreciate the fact that over so many years that I've been in this county, Oxnard has consistently been a beacon within this community and especially within the county in terms of all the work that is done to be inclusive and demonstrate diversity. And I feel like sometimes you just need to hear how amazing you are in doing that. I'm, in my role as an advisory member, it's kind of really difficult right now. CHLA normally walks in the LA Pride Walk. This year, CHLA will not be walking out of concerns for safety and funding. And that is really a scary place to be because medical professionals are providing care to members of the LGBT community that are under the age of 23. So to not be able to provide that care or to be concerned about the ability to provide that care for our young people, many of whom are considered out of county because they are referred from Ventura County and other neighboring counties to receive care at CHLA. I really hope that Oxnard can be within our county an impetus for our local hospitals to take a look at how they do business and provide services to young people and to people just across the lifespan in the LGBT community that require specialized services. And I think part of that is at least acknowledging that we accept and that we believe these communities are a gainful part of our existence as a county. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, very much. Thank you. We'll move to Sean.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'll keep my comments short after everything has been said. I know you guys, I've been to enough council meetings that when people don't like what you're doing, you get an earful. And I just wanted to give you the praise that you deserve for when you do something that we like. So thank you. It shouldn't be considered brave to stand up for members of the community, but in this day and age, it kind of is. And so I thank you for your bravery.
Thank you for that comment. Thank you. We'll go to Stephen O'Clair.
Mayor MacArthur, Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to thank you all both for the proclamation this evening and for the pride flag raising yesterday. Sometimes we too often forget where we've been and how we arrived at this day here in the city of Oxnard. Some of you were here in 2018, or on the dais actually in 2018, the first time this city declared Pride Month. And it's something that most cities, all but one, had never done before that year. Here in the city, or here in the county of Ventura. At that time, the council spoke about the need to lower the rates of self-harm, increase visibility in elected office and places of government, and to encourage folks to not just survive in the city of Oxnard, but to thrive. Little did we know the following year we would see such a huge turnout for Oxnard Pride. We would soon have not one, but then their successor also be a person that's LGBTQ on this dais. At that time, only one LGBTQ person had ever openly run for and been elected to elected office in Ventura County, just one, and that was in 2016. There are now over 11 LGBTQ elected officials in Ventura County. The Oxnard Union High School District now flies the pride flag at all school sites in its district. The Port of Hueneme flies it, and the County of Ventura, and so many others. At this time, we have seen ourselves as a community reverse course in so many ways, but I'm so proud of this city not reversing course. I know, and I've told people, if you are LGBTQ in my community, apply at the city of Oxnard. Because there we've had leadership and confidence in a city manager and deputy city managers and department heads and city attorneys and police chiefs and fire chiefs that they would be affirming of LGBTQ plus people, that they believe it should not be a barrier to access to employment and that they could thrive within the city government. And we couldn't say that about all cities in 2018, but I know we can still say it about the city of Oxnard, that the leadership is as determined as ever. Mayor, that you are one of our most powerful allies. I know both on the police force and now in your current role. It's so important.
Thank you.
So it's not just about saving lives, which is what I spoke to in 2018. And perhaps that is why over 20% of Gen Zers now identify as LGBTQ. It's not necessarily that there are more of them, but perhaps we're doing a better job in keeping them alive. Including in this city that saw, as we know, one of the worst hate crimes since Matthew Shepard and the murder of Larry King. And so I'm excited to see that the city remains committed. And again, if you're looking for a job, if you're looking to join the police force, look at the city of Oxnard. Join this city. The leadership has not just stayed committed in times where it was great, but they stayed committed in the hard times. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Madam Clerk, are there any other speakers virtually or in person?
Mayor, that concludes our speakers on the ceremonial item. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just take a quick moment on this. This means a lot. I appreciate all of the proclamations this evening. Very important, all three of them, and very special, and they represent some very important experiences and lives of people who live in our community. Regarding this last proclamation here for Pride Month, as Mr. Auclair had mentioned. It's not lost on me, and I mentioned at the flag raising yesterday that it's great that we can all be here and celebrate and be here in solidarity and unity, but let's not forget there are people who would love to be here but don't feel safe being at these types of celebrations. Unfortunately, the current political climate and the rhetoric that's happening, understandably would make people feel unsafe in their own community. And my view on this, when it comes to the raising of the flag, when it comes to the proclamations for the month, when it comes to support for our LGBTQ plus community and our Two-Spirit community, the big thing for me is that there are so many young people, youth, young adults, and adults in this community who do not feel supported by their peers, their families, their community. And at least by our show of unity in these actions, they know that at least their elected leaders support them and are there for them, even if they feel like nobody else is. So that's what this means to me, and I very much appreciate our city staff and my colleagues here on the dais in being able to show that to those who don't feel like they have that anywhere else. So those are my comments. Thank you for giving me a moment here, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'd like to recognize Councilwoman Perez. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, for the recognition. I agree. We are in some pretty difficult moments as a country right now, very divisive in where we are, but I am grateful that the city of Oxnard continues to stand with our community, our LGBTQ plus community, to raise the flag on an annual basis. Pride to me is about visibility, belonging, and justice for all of our members of our community. And it's a reminder that everybody, especially our seniors, families, and community members and young people, that they too deserve safety in spaces that, that allow them to thrive and prosper. As a leader in this community, I also recognize how important it is to uplift environments and spaces that are grounded in uplifting and centering the experiences and life circumstances of all of our community members. As many shared tonight, the tragic shooting of Al King at Eo Green Junior High School in my district is really a full circle moment for me as somebody who was classrooms away from that loss, that life that was lost. Though I was only about 10 or 11 years old at that time, and now have the opportunity to represent this community at the city council level, it really ignited my purpose and my why for doing the work that I do, not just here in the city council chambers, but also outside of city council, to ensure that all young people and their families have the resources and services that they need. Not only has this left a lasting impact on my life and the lasting impact of many of our school students at that time and teachers and administrators, it really ignited the light in me to continue to champion policies and programs that really center creating environments and spaces for all of our communities to thrive and to tap into their potential and find their purpose and why, that they continue to do that work. And so really just wanted to share this moment, this pride moment of where we started, where we plan to go, and the continuous work that we have to continue to do in order to ensure all of our community members have a seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. At this time, we'll go to the next item on the agenda. This is public comments for items not on the agenda. And we have one speaker, Greg Runyon. Sorry, Greg, you were about to sit down. Yeah.
I get stuck. All right, good evening, everybody. And I actually wanted to get up to talk a little bit about Mayor Holden. So, but in saying that, you know, as a pastor and things, I think people may assume I have certain feelings about pride, but I think it's so important that in order for us to be inclusive, we also have to find ways not to be exclusive and to invite people who have differing viewpoints into dialogue is really important. And I hope that we can do that because nobody deserves to be mistreated for any reason, no matter their identity, their ethnicity, their gender. We all need to figure out how to get along. So I appreciate that. Mayor Holden was an amazing man. And my exposure to this city is in part to God and to his belief in me. And we lost someone that was incredibly passionate, who was incredibly aggressive in his desire to do things. You know, I think all of us need to understand that when we have a moment, and you're all going to have it, that people look back on your life. There are always going to be those people who nitpick. They'll find a fault here, they'll find a fault there. But we need to look at people's hearts. And I will tell you, it was very interesting in the article in the paper where they said he was an Oxnard patriot. That came from Tim Flynn. And any of you who are around here and know that, he and Tim, they were not like Gilligan and the Skipper. They were not buddies. And I am telling you though, but understanding that and being able to see beyond that, I can disagree with you, but that doesn't mean I have to dislike you. I don't have to see everything the way you did. And understanding that his passion and his commitment to the city, that's something you all can carry on, because some days we're all going to get looked at that way. So I hope in the days to come, when we think about Mayor Holden, we look to the good he did, whether it's not just River Park and Wagon Wheel and all these other things. It's to the imprint he made in our city, to the people that are here. You may not have agreed with everything he did, but he did leave a legacy. And I would say it was a good legacy. So thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
Mayor, we have 2 virtual speakers. We'll start with the first caller ending in 6377. If you can press *6 to unmute, and you can introduce yourself if you'd like, starting now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sometimes it takes a while to get through, but Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Teran, members of the council and staff, my name is Manuel Herrera from Citizens for a Better Oxnard. Later on in the agenda, you will be discussing the 2025-26 budget overview. As is always the case when discussing the budget, this leads to a very long meeting. Now, add to that the very long-winded and grandstanding Aaron Starr, and we have the makings of a very, very, very long and frustrating city council meeting tonight. That is, unless our mayor takes charge of this meeting and sets some ground rules that are followed by a zero-tolerance response to anyone breaking these rules. It's okay to ask questions, but to grandstand just for the purpose of grandstanding so that you look good to your followers is not okay. You know, there's an obvious need for a fix when you have fellow council members and even staff having to step up to correct Aaron Starr's lies and badgering of staff, such as what happened during the May 20th televised public meeting. It was embarrassing. It was something that shouldn't have happened, but had to happen. And that's because you, Mr. Mayor, continue to use kid gloves when it comes to Aaron Starr. Come on, Mr. Mayor, we have been patiently waiting for you to resolve this issue and bring back some civility to these meetings. There are a lot of people who voted for you and trust your leadership, so please, do not continue to let these meetings or any future meetings turn into an Aaron Starr circus, some lasting until 4 a.m. in the morning. The people are getting sick and tired of it. Oh, and that also includes Phil Molina. We trust that you, Mr. Mayor, will finally put an end to this nonsense starting tonight. Otherwise, we will continue to keep calling in and complaining. And if we do, we will just end up being a pain in your butt, just the way Aaron Starr is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera. We'll go to the next caller.
The next caller ending in 4716, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hi, everyone. This is Eric Andrist. I tried to get in for the prior agenda item, but couldn't dial fast enough with my arthritis during this arthritis month. It's ironic that Manny Herrera is slamming anyone for grandstanding when that's exactly what he does every time he calls in. Civility is fine, and it's something we should all strive for, but people need to be held accountable, including Manny Herrera. In 2021, my partner, Jeff Rizzo, and I were considering purchasing the Henry Levy House in the Historic District, and then did end up buying it. Before we got here, since we knew nothing about Oxnard, I wrote to the police chief to ask about the gay community and what we could expect. I was answered by then Assistant Police Chief Eric Sonstegard, who wrote me a lovely email saying, on a personal note, I believe you will find a fun and vibrant LGBTQ+ community here in Oxnard. As the father to a gay and non-binary child, I have worked closely with several community organizations to promote awareness and support the LGBTQ community. At Oxnard Police Department, Senior Officer Erica Escalante serves as our LGBTQ liaison officer, and she can be reached, and then he gives me the email address if you seek additional information. Unfortunately, my partner passed away in May of 2023, and now I'm going this all alone. During this time, in dealing with the city attorney's office, and in particular Kenneth Roselle, I felt threatened by him as a member of the gay community and had to ask that he stop contacting me. It's wonderful, though, that the city is recognizing gay people this month. I'd like to suggest that they recognize gay people year-round as vibrant and important members of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andrist. Any other callers, Madam Clerk?
Mayor, that actually concludes our speakers in person and virtually for items not on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to item I, and this is council member reports. And we'll start to my left with Councilwoman Perez. Should you have anything? Oh, you do? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I skipped over you, City Manager. We'll go to item H.
This will be quick. Diego, can you bring up the slides? So first on deck is the 5th Annual Insect Festival, which is occurring this Saturday at Plaza Park. It would be more than the 6th if it hadn't been for the COVID pandemic. That even kept our favorite insects away. So it's this Saturday, begins at 10 a.m. This is, and goes through 4 p.m. This is brought to all of us for free, family event by our fabulous Recreation and Community Services Department. A lot of people have been here before. There's going to be a lot of fun. And this year, the special guest, in addition to the insects, the special guests are the crustaceans. All right, more good things to eat. So that's this Saturday at Plaza Park. Next, yet again, we are upon 4th of July, and everyone knows what that means here and all over the country. Unfortunately, there'll be a lot of noisy stuff going on. So as a reminder, and this is on all of our media channels and so on, fireworks are not legal in Oxnard. Possession, sales, or use may subject property owners and tenants to arrest or fines up to $1,000 per count for every violation on their property. Now, to report fireworks, unless there's an actual physical emergency or an actual crime being taking place, do not call 911. We have a firework officer cell phone this year. Again, it is 805-307-6308. If you know of a location that is having repeated offenses, you can also provide the information to this email address, fireworks@oxnardpd.org. The hotline, the general hotline for fireworks is 805-394-5884. And of course, you can always call the non-emergency dispatch line at 385-7740. So there are plenty of ways to let us know. We will be having a lot of enforcement, and we do the best we can. All I can say is, you know, when you came to get the pasta, you could have left the fireworks, the gunpowder in China. Okay, and next is June also happens to be Elder and Disability Abuse Awareness Month, and for this I want to call up Commander Cody Collette. There you are.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Commander Cody Collette. I'm the commander for the Oxnard Police Department's Investigative Services Bureau. I have with me members of our Family Protection Unit, Detective Corporal Jacob Jundiff, and professional staff Judy Bosco Gilson with me for this. Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, and City staff, thank you for recognizing Elder and Disability Abuse Awareness Month, which affirms the City and the Oxnard Police Department's continued dedication to addressing elder and disability abuse. Each year, millions of older adults and individuals with disabilities experience abuse, neglect, and exploitation. By recognizing this issue, our city sends a clear message. We will not tolerate abuse in any form. We honor the strength and value of every elder and every person living with a disability, and we are committed to creating a community where safety, respect, and inclusion are the standards. This month, we are reminded to look closer. Abuse is often hidden in silence and dismissed as misunderstanding. We must continue to educate ourselves and our community to recognize the signs and speak out against them. Awareness leads to action, and action leads to change. Our officers and detectives work tirelessly to address the needs of this vulnerable population and ensure these victims are treated with dignity and respect. Together, we can protect the most vulnerable among us, amplify their voices, and ensure they live with dignity they deserve. Thank you again for your leadership and commitment to this important cause. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commander Collette. And thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, and I appreciate that the contact info was left up here. As the commander had mentioned, is important just to connect it back to our school visitors earlier. Part of the program, they do have awareness and programming for the students around bodily autonomy and consent and abuse. But as the commander mentioned, that this is something that is not often talked about and needs to be reported. And that's not just, there's physical abuse, there's emotional abuse, there's financial abuse. So I just wanted to bring that up. So thank you, Commander, and thank you to your team for that. And thank you to our city manager for reminding us of it. And then I have one last thing about the Insect Festival. I had to look it up because it's been a long time since I took a biology class, but insects and crustaceans are actually within the phylum Arthropod, or Arthropoda, or however you pronounce it. So they're actually like cousins with each other. So when you eat seafood, folks, it's like you're eating the insects of the ocean. So just throwing that out there. Thanks.
And you can let us know what it tastes like.
Thank you. Again, thank you, Commander Collette, for bringing this important subject up here and promoting awareness for it. Mr. Perla, go ahead.
Yeah, Mayor, and to the public, you'll notice that Mr. Collette, when Commander was up at the podium, he's got a black band on his badge.
Yeah.
There was a police officer that was murdered the other day. These gentlemen serve and protect the residents of Oxnard, but please be in mind, exactly, they have a dangerous job. And if you are aware of any nuts, literally nuts, do not hesitate to call the police department or let somebody know. If you see something, say something.
Thank you. And we'll move to item I now. Forgive me for overlooking initially item H, but we'll go to I, and we'll start with you, Councilwoman Perez. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I first wanted to start my report off by congratulating the Hueneme High School softball players who made history with winning their first CIA Southern Section Division 8 softball championship game on Saturday, May 31st. I wanted, as a former softball athlete myself, it's amazing to witness the amazing talent in my district and throughout the city. I also wanted to thank the parents, coaches, and Hueneme High School staff. I'm sure Principal Brenda Bravo and Assistant Principal Don Santiago are also super proud of this amazing accomplishment. I also wanted to wish the Hueneme High School softball team a continued success and look forward to continuing to see young athletes in our community go on to do amazing things in their journey. I also wanted to take the time to congratulate class of 2025. I joined Supervisor Lopez and the founder of Real Guppies at the Channel Islands High School Upward Bound graduation ceremony last Friday. I see Chief Hamilton as well in the audience here and wanted to thank him for his leadership. We will be partnering as well as with UFW and Friends of Field Workers to increase smoke detector installations sometime in September. I also wanted to share that we have one upcoming neighborhood council meeting in District 6. Cal Giesler will be holding their meeting on Wednesday, June 18th at 6 p.m. The meeting will happen at Elm Elementary School at 450 East Elm Street, and they'll also be highlighting their announcement about National Night Out, which will take place on Tuesday, August 5th at 6 p.m. I wanted to conclude my report by just sharing a reminder with the public that our 2025 Summer Youth Academy application will be closing this Thursday, June 5th. So if you have a rising junior or senior in high school, please feel free to encourage them to apply. This is going to be a great opportunity that will kick off at the later end of June. So we look forward to reviewing the applications, and wanted to direct you also to our website at Youth Academy. I believe it's 2025 Youth Academy at Oxnard City, or is it Oxnard City? I believe it's the cityofoxnard.org, excuse me, for further information on the application process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. It's oxnard.gov/Youth Academy. Yes.
We're good. Councilman Perla, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all the people that spoke in public for the public presentations today and the public speakers tonight. But every time the Filipino community comes up, I would like to try to bring something to everybody's attention. October 18th, the year 1587. 1587. The first Filipinos landed in the continental United States. There's a plaque if you go to Morro Bay, just up the coast a little bit, and you can see it. Also, the Filipino American community was instrumental, major instrumental in starting United Farm Workers. They often don't get as much credit as they deserve. The other thing I really appreciate, and I didn't realize, makes you realize how old you are. When Councilman Perez mentioned she was there when the tragedy happened at the school, the gentleman was murdered, the kid, I was there also. Friend's twin girls, he asked me to go there and check. He couldn't do it. And the reason I bring that up, I remember seeing Dr. Tom Holden running across that field trying to get information to parents. I'll never forget that picture. Had the opportunity to attend the Memorial Day presentation. I hope that some of you get a chance to see some of the video that was taken. I hope some of you get a chance to listen to the speech that our city manager gave, and others, including Sal Gonzalez and his personal comments about a specific incident with him. Attended the Cabrillo Neighborhood Council meeting. It was a good meeting, and the police chief was there. Thank you very much. He explained a lot about fireworks and what the city is doing, because there's an assumption we're not doing a lot, but unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we're doing a tremendous amount, and had the opportunity to attend the BICEP meeting. That's all that I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parlo. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of repeat items here. I was also able to attend the Memorial Day celebration ceremony, on Memorial Day. Always a very poignant and well put together event, and I also appreciate the words by our city manager and his journey and experience as someone, as we mentioned in the previous meeting, who was one of the fortunate folks to be able to escape from Vietnam. And also yesterday we had the flag raising, as was mentioned earlier, and for the Progress Pride flag, and we flown over City Hall and other city campuses during the month of June. And I want to thank our city clerk, Luli Lopez, and all of the staff who helped put that together, including City Corps, who was there before everybody else, putting out chairs, getting the sound set up. And I thought I was going to be the first one there. Nope, they were there before me, getting things ready. So thank you to everybody who helped make that happen. And I'll just echo also what Mr. Andrist had mentioned earlier, that certainly Pride Month is in June, but there are, forgive me, I'm not a math major, but 335 other days of the year that people are out there in our LGBTQ plus community and living their lives, doing what all of us are doing, but some of them, many of them, do not feel safe in today's streets, unfortunately. And what we can do to support them is part of our call. So thank you again for that. I attended the graduation for Oxnard Middle College High School last Friday, and they had a great, I think it was 60 graduating students. It is a smaller campus, and they actually are able to attain a associate's degree from Oxnard College because it's co-located on the campus. And I see Councilwoman Rodriguez is well aware of the program as well. And I don't pick favorites, but I really like Oxnard Middle College. They got a lot of great stuff going on. And just the number of certificates and degrees that those students walk away with is great, just a great setup for them moving forward. And I think one of the board trustees mentioned we had a student with 4 or 5 degrees walking away from high school with that. So it's amazing. Lastly, I presented for the East Village Neighborhood Council. I believe it was on the 21st. It was after our last council meeting. And Councilor Starr was there as well. And I appreciate the invite from Chair Araujo. And we had some really great discussion and questions by the residents. Then I also attended the Cabrillo Neighborhood Council, and thank you again to our city manager for presenting there on the myth busting within the city of Oxnard. And then Carriage Square will be having their neighborhood council meeting this Thursday, June 5th. River Park will have theirs on June 11th. Both are election meetings. And lastly, I also want to give congratulations to the graduating class of 2025. You all, for those who've seen every episode this season of the City Council, we've had students come from each of the high schools and lead us in the pledge and share their journey. I have given an invite to them to return on June 26th, our last meeting of this fiscal year, just to have a quick recognition of now they have become graduates, and I just want to recognize that and all the students they represent by coming and sharing with us about their journeys. So thank you, Mayor. Those are my comments.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman Pasua?
Thank you, Mayor. I had the opportunity to attend the Carmen Ramirez Dedication Garden out at the County of Ventura. I had the honor of sharing the dais with Carmen, and I just thought it was extremely emotional to be out there and be able to see the love that she had for the community and the dedication that she had. So I was honored to be there for that. And I also, sorry, I got a little bit choked up. Lost my thought process there, but I actually will be out of town, out of the country actually, for the next 12 days. So I'm hoping we can get out of the city council fairly quickly so I don't miss my plane. So as long as we get out of here by today, that'd be great. So maybe that can be a goal that we set for everybody. I'm sure staff would appreciate it. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. No, sir, Mr. Andrade, I almost overlooked you over there. You have anything? Nothing? Okay. Councilmember Starr, anything?
Sure. I attended the, on May 21st, I attended the East Village Neighborhood Council meeting, and with Mayor Pro Tem Teran there, he gave a great presentation, a good slideshow there for everybody. Appreciate that. Later that evening, I actually attended another neighborhood council, the West Village Neighborhood Council meeting. So it was a busy night that night. I know one of the persons there was really concerned about the development of the sports park and where that was, and I said I really didn't know where it was and what the plans were immediately. So I'm hoping at some point that we can kind of get an update on where we are with the sports park, what the plans are. It may not be soon, but it's been a long time for a lot of people waiting for that. On May 23rd, I had a tour of Kaiser Permanente over on East Gonzales Road near Lombard Street. Had a great tour by Dr. Liz Diaz and other doctors there and other members of the staff, and very impressed with the facility. I think what impressed me the most was they're now using artificial intelligence in order to do some of their diagnoses. They're also use a device to record very quickly the comments of the physician in such a way that it gets immediately turned into speech, or rather into text. And it's used to update their systems rapidly so the doctors can spend more time actually treating the patients rather than doing all the paperwork. And it got me to thinking that I would love it if the police department, the fire department would actually take that tour as well, because maybe there's some technology there that we could use for ourselves that would help us so that we could save time for police officers to spend more time actually doing the police work and less time doing the paperwork. And same with the fire department. When they have an emergency, medical emergency, if they're able to quickly make a record of what's going on and speak out loud what's happening, it might just make our ability to serve the public that much better. On May 26th, I attended the Memorial Day event at Plaza Park to honor those who have died in service to our country. I think I was quite moved, of course, which I'm sure we all were. I actually was very impressed with the city manager's presentation as well, and I want to thank him for that. And he gave a perspective that I think is often missed, which is that while we're honoring those who died, who fought for the country, sometimes we lose sight of the innocent people that die as well. And I really appreciated that perspective being presented, and I think it was well needed. And on May 30th, I met with a constituent who lives in the Rio Linda neighborhood. I met with him and city staff at the Community Development Department to review some really old files concerning the construction of a median on Bahia Street, which it's at the little shopping center right next to it with the Topper's Pizza that you might be familiar with. Well, apparently you can only make right turns from that shopping center onto Bahia and right turns onto Gonzales. So it's a real problem for the folks that live in the neighborhood that want to pick up a pizza, because then they have to make right turns, go out onto Gonzales, go onto Oxnard Boulevard, work their way back to St. Mary's, and it's just, so anyway, we're looking into whether it's possible if the median could be modified a little bit to allow a left turn onto Bahia. We're trying to see if we can get a hold of the property owner, see if he'd be willing to underwrite the cost of that, assuming that it's even safe and prudent to do so. So hopefully we'll make some progress there. And on upcoming on June 5th, I'll be attending the Rio Lindo Neighborhood Council meeting. And that's my report today. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Councilmember Starr, go ahead.
That's great.
Councilwoman
I will try to
Rodriguez.
keep mine short and sweet because several of the events that I attended, I saw the rest of my colleagues, like at the Memorial Day celebration and graduation. Right before this, I came from Channel Island High School graduation, so congrats to the class of 2025. I also attended the OSD Creates, the Oxford School District. They did an amazing job. And I know it was a strong partnership because I saw our city staff there too, hustling and bustling. So thank you all so much for the good work. It's amazing to see the families come together and just celebrate their kids and everything that they're putting together. I want to thank Chief Benitez for an update he gave me on the citations for, oh gosh, I don't remember the name of the law, but for people close to the people parking to the daylighting citation. So anyway, I got a report and an update from Chief Benitez about some claims that folks were saying that we were only citing in South Oxnard versus throughout the city of Oxnard. And the data shows that right now citations are being equitable. However, there are a lot of calls from neighbors being made in certain neighborhoods. So that might explain some of the trends. And just the fireworks safety, I think the most patriotic thing we could do is take care of one another and, not lose a finger or worse, our lives. So please, folks, let's be a little conscientious of, attending a public ceremony, fireworks, I'm all up for it, but just try to keep folks safe and fires away from the community. I've had constituents reach out to me with specific requests, including like green alleys. I know the Marina Vista a public hearing, and so there is follow-up happening to that. So I appreciate the staff follow-through and updates and closing the loop on all of those. And I think, oh yes, I have my city councilwoman office hours at the library, so please come visit me. I'll buy you a cup of coffee. Oh, speaking of coffee, thank you, Mr. Sonsegard. I have a code, and I will not blow the cover, but thank you so much. That was a very... I will gladly take that coffee if anybody knows what we're talking about. And thank you so much for doing it in an interactive way. It's very educator thinking, so I appreciate that as the community college person here. So with that, I'll give you the mic back.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. And for the interest of time, I think many of these events everyone mentioned here, I was at all of them and made remarks. So we'll just move forward. We will now move to the info consent agenda. Is there any agenda items that anyone wants to pull for discussion later? Yeah, well, number 8, okay. Just on number 8. Mayor Protem, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad Councilor Perello jumped in before I did, because I was just about to say, because it's an agreement with the County of Ventura, because of contract work I do with public health, I'll have to recuse myself from that. And just for an additional layer, I know that public health and animal services are not linearly related as far as budgeting goes, but the FPPC letter I have, just out of an abundance of caution, I'll be recusing myself from that one.
Got it, thank you. Councilmember Starr, items that you want to pull?
Just number 4.
Number 4. Okay. Madam Clerk, are there any public speakers on any of these items?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers for the information and consent agenda in person or virtually. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there is no other discussion, no speakers on the other items, I move the recommended action on the rest of the items except for the ones that have been pulled.
Yeah, I second that motion by Peralta to approve all the items with the exception of it's item 4 and item 8.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua,
Yes.
and the motion carries 6-0. If we can have a motion for the Housing Authority.
I will second.
Yeah, so we have a first and a second by Commissioner Andrade and then a second by Mayor Pro Tem.
Commissioner Andrade? Commissioner Bettis?
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Aye.
Commissioner Starr?
Yes.
Vice Chair Teran?
Yes.
Commissioner Basua?
Yes.
Commissioner Perallo?
Yes.
Chair MacArthur?
Yes.
And the motion carries 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can we excuse the Commissioner Andrade at this point?
Mayor, we actually have Housing Authority business on the public hearing, M1.
Okay.
So we'll need him to
Okay.
stay. Thank you.
Well, no problem. We'll go to item number 4 on the consent agenda. And this is from the Cultural and Community Services Department. Ordinance revising the Cultural Arts Commission powers and duties. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the first reading by title only and waive further reading of an ordinance titled Ordinance of the City of Oxnard, California, amending sections 2-131 to the Oxnard City Code, updating the powers and duties of the Cultural Arts Commission. And Community Services, Public Safety, Housing Development Committee approved this, item 3-0, on May 13th, 2025. And we'll go to you, Councilmember Starr. I think you have got some questions for Julie's here to answer.
Thank you so much. We appreciate the report. First of all, thank you so much for including a red line version of the ordinance so that we can see the changes. That's always appreciated. I see in the staff report that its predecessor, the Cultural and Fine Arts Commission, was dissolved in 1996, and the current commission was formed 18 years later in 2014. Mm-hmm. And what I was wondering first was, when was the last time the current commission submitted a report to the city council, if we know?
So I believe the last report, annual report that was done by the commission was, it predates my position here.
Okay.
So I do believe that it was done possibly like in 2017, I think was the last time we had a resolution for the arts. I don't know the date
That's
exactly,
okay.
but it has been a while.
It's been a long time.
Yes.
So
Can you,
has-
excuse me, can you introduce yourself, please?
Sorry. Good evening, council members. My name is Julia Estrada. I'm the Cultural Arts Manager for the City of Oxnard's Culture and Community Services Department.
I guess my next question is, has the Cultural Arts Commission as currently formed, has it been meeting regularly, and how often does it meet?
So the commission is scheduled to meet the first Wednesday of every month at 4:30 right here in Chambers. So we have a meeting tomorrow. There has been some inconsistency with meetings due to a lack of seats filled on the commission. So we didn't have a quorum for a time, lack of agenda items. We do believe a lot of that stemmed from some of the powers and duties being very confusing to applicants and not quite understanding what their role was. And that was the intention of this item, is to make it more, I guess, easier to digest for the volunteers that are coming in as a CAG member, and also give them a clear direction on how they can proceed and what their business is. So we believe that because of some of those, that has been a deterrent for some people who were interested and did not continue with being appointed, as well as there has been some changes with the structure of the commission. Some of these duties carried over from the council committee, and this is just a matter of cleaning things up so it is a clearer direction for staff and the community volunteers.
Okay, and do you foresee any set of circumstances where staff might recommend its dissolution again?
Of the actual commission? So there's always been a governing body for the arts. It just, the role of it has changed over time. Primarily those are tied to public art laws for development impact fees and what those parameters were, as well as what the activities were within the city. At this time, we do not foresee any dissolution of this commission.
Okay. And the proposed ordinance requires an annual report of activities. Do you know roughly when we should expect to receive the next report?
You should expect to receive the next report in October when we come back for Arts and Humanities Month.
Great. All right. That's all my questions. I do have a request that we just revisit this item maybe in a year and see, is this commission producing something, or if it needs to be modified or dissolved?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
go
you.
ahead. Go ahead, Councilwoman Rodriguez.
I think for me, to better understand the Cultural Arts Commission, I know I recently appointed somebody, I think they're getting sworn in tomorrow. Is there a proxy to you if you're not available to meet with the commission, or have any of the meetings been like rescheduled due to it, because it's a lot, right? Is there a proxy or some shared responsibilities with other staff besides you as one person?
So the primary role for this commission does sit in my seat. However, we do have a large team of support behind us in Culture and Community Services. So if it was a matter necessarily of an availability issue, we do first try to see if there is coverage prior to canceling.
So we could delegate
for the sake of consistency, we do try to keep our liaisons in the same seat, just so that the commission has the proper support.
Okay.
But no, we do have contingencies if needed.
Wonderful, thank you so much. And I also hope you get the support that you need to be able to, because I see you everywhere. And then there's a budget that supports these efforts, correct? No? Maybe I'm misinformed. Is there a budget to support cultural arts commissions or projects? I've seen some murals go up. Is that funneled through this specific commission? Are they the ones that make recommendations?
This commission is the first vetting body for the Public Art Trust. So for the development impact fees, should a disbursement from that fund come through, it is first seen by the Cultural Arts Commission to kind of vet what the project is and whether or not it is tied to cultural arts. And they are the first body to review those prior to them going to council for disbursement from that fee. Outside of that, the Culture and Community Services Department has funds dedicated to arts programming that is separate from the commission powers. However, we do give reports to the commission on the activity of the Culture Arts Division.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? If not, I move I make a motion to recommend, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna second the motion.
You were gonna make the same motion? Okay. Well, so we have a first and a second,
Mayor MacArthur?
yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem, before we go to item 8, you were going to recuse yourself from that? Okay. Item 8 on the consent agenda is from the Police Department involving the Ventura County Animal Services Agreement for fiscal year 25-26. The recommendation that the City Council one approve and authorize the mayor to sign an amendment to the services agreement. A as in Adam 8151 with the County of Ventura Animal Safety and extend the agreement 1 additional year. And 2, approve and authorize the mayor to sign a service level request in the amount of $3,100,658.94 for budgeted cost of animal care services for fiscal year 25-26, with estimated additional costs and credit offsets for projected total net cost of $2,742,633.94 for the 6th year of a 6-year agreement with the County of Ventura to provide animal safety services. And this item did not originate in committee, since this is a continuation of a previous item approved by the City Council back on July 2nd, 2024. And Mr. Perla, we'll start with you. You had some questions on this item.
Thank you. And right up front, I do support this action, but I want to bring some issues to the attention of the council that I think need to be reviewed in the future. This is simply an extend the agreement for 1 additional year. It's a lot of money for 1 additional year. It's a useful purpose. But at one time, there was a big push to do away with animal shelters that were, the animals were there for a long time. They were basically called put to sleep. to create no-kill animal shelters. With respect to the amounts of the budget, I think that concept has to be revisited. There is a line in the staff report, 125, it talks about animal care services under animal care services. Animal care services associated with the county shelter stays of more than 15 days, and the city is paying these bills. It is not clear to me if the animal stays there for 16 days, 45 days, 180 days. I mean, there comes a time that, you know, I'm a pet person. I support the animals, the APCD, not the AP, the ASPCA. But I do think that this issue has to be revisited. We cannot continually spend money without revisiting some of these things, just as previous council members have asked on another item. I think that this in the future needs to be revisited and some sort of report back to the council. I don't have any questions of the police chief. I support the item, but I've wanted to express that and at least take the chance and walk out on thin ice because I know it's uncomfortable. But sometimes if you read the newspaper and you read about animal shelters in other areas and things that happen and the costs and the way they eat into budgets, it's extremely important. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Any other, go, Chief.
Mayor, Councilmember Pearl, I can offer some insight into your comments if the council would like.
Sure. Go ahead.
I've seen a number of animal safety contracts over the years, and this has been repeatedly year after year the same concern. You know, are we paying too much? I can tell you that every year the conversation comes up as, are we able to do this ourselves for a better cost? The topic of the kill, I'll just for lack of a better term, the kill shelter versus a standardized model shelter also does come up. We do have with us the executive director from the shelters here with us this evening, Esteban Rodriguez, should the council have questions, as well as Phil Rarick, the administrative services manager. They're here also to, if they need to speak to that. What I can tell you is that in going from one model to another, and I'm not an expert at this, that you essentially can substitute one cost for another. So in other words, in the non-kill shelters, it's my understanding that volunteers are more plentiful, more likely to provide a labor source for that shelter versus a shelter that operates from a different model where people will not go to volunteer to work. Costs of the euthanasia, to euthanize pets, actually there are costs that come out that are essentially equivalent to that of feeding and caring for animals that are currently under intake. So it's kind of like trading one for the other. We have actually looked at other models to see if there was something we could do on our own. And at this point, it doesn't actually pencil out for us. And so I can put that out there to the council that does come up annually in the history that I've seen on this topic. So hopefully that provides some insight.
I appreciate that insight. Councilwoman Rodriguez, go ahead.
If I may chime in just a tad, because I'm a director for the animal services shelter for Ventura County. That was a conversation that came up in terms of viability and like Santa Paula closing some shelters. Education is brought up in a bilingual, bicultural, and just what pets mean to many different people and how we neuter and spade or not. So I think that will go a long way. I do know that when I met with the executive director, Esteban, he was also talking about like a stronger partnership or collaboration of having maybe a vehicle to offer free spade and neutering in the community, and specifically targeting the largest city in the county. But maybe that's a conversation offline.
Yep. Another point is that Oxnard makes approximately 40% of the intake at this shelter, and the model is based on intake. So regardless of whether you have a kill shelter or not, we're still incurring a proportion of costs that are equal to that. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Starr?
Yes. I noticed that there's 8 cities that work with the county on this, but it sounds like Thousand Oaks and Santa Paula must be doing something different. Maybe they have their own. Do we have any kind of insight on that and why they're doing that?
I believe they contract with the city or the county of Los Angeles, if that's correct.
Thousand Oaks does, City of Santa Paula does not have a contract.
Correct. So if you heard that, City of Santa Paula does not have a contract. The City of Thousand Oaks and Calabasas contract with LA County.
So that's interesting. Is Santa Paula doing it themselves then, or do we know?
They had an agreement with
I can't hear.
This is Esteban Rodriguez, the director from VCAS.
That's the one, yeah.
Hi, good evening. My name is Esteban Rodriguez, and I'm the director for Ventura County Animal Services. Santa Paula had an agreement with Spark, which was a nonprofit rescue organization. So they had a contract, and that was dissolved earlier this year or the end of last year. I'm not exactly sure, and they haven't re-engaged in any kind of contract with any other organization.
So how do they handle complaints today about animals?
That I don't know.
Okay. So I noticed that while Oxnard is, I mean, if you exclude Thousand Oaks and Santa Paula, Oxnard is roughly about 30% of the county's population, and yet we're about 40% of the intake. I'm just wondering if you have any insight as to why we have such a disproportionate amount of, I guess, need for services versus other areas.
In my opinion, I believe there's a lack of access to veterinary care. That's part of the reason why we decided to move and have a spay and neuter vehicle that we're going to make accessible to different parts of the county. I think the other aspect is just the cultural divide and language barrier that is out there and that exists.
Okay. And I think somewhere in the agreement it said that at times when there's insufficient staffing at the Oxnard Animal Safety Unit, which I guess is our internal, I see that we will be paying for on-call and emergency field services at the rate of $145 an hour. So I guess what I want to ask here is, and it doesn't have to be done today, of course, but maybe for the next renewal of this agreement, can we do some sort of analysis as to whether it even makes sense to have an Oxnard Animal Safety Unit? It might be more economical to pay the county for all this service, and it might make it actually more clear to the public who's actually responsible for the service, because people ask and they go, do you call the county? Do you call the city? Wasn't sure.
Yeah, if you want.
Mayor Pro Tem, well, he's the council members, Dale McAlpine, Commander, the Commander over the Patrol Support and Animal Safety Services, the Police Department. Yes, we have looked at that. Their rate of $145 is just a backup emergency in the event that our animal safety officers, which cost us much less per hour, they're just a backup for us. We used to use them extensively in the past when we were short animal safety officers, but currently we're at full staff. And so they, in the event that we have a staffing issue, they would be able to be a backup for that. So that fund used to be much larger, and we've shrunken it down over the years, but still cost effective to keep all the services we provide. It's still a better rate for us to provide our own animal safety and work in partnership with the shelter than it is to hire out the county and have them come to our city.
Okay. Maybe at the next renewal, if we can kind of have that analysis as part of the report so people know that we're at least looking at that as an option. And my last question is, I noticed on, I think it's page 126 of the staff report, I see that the current city license fees were adopted by the city on June 21st, 2022.
Yeah.
Are those different from those set by the Ventura County Animal Services? And are we charging people more or less than the county, and why?
We do set those rates for our city, and the county does do the billing for us. Through a service they provide, basically an auto billing and also an auto citation when they don't renew their licenses. We do revisit those every once in a while and increase them as appropriate, but I think they're comparable to what the county charges.
I'm sorry, I didn't the last part.
I believe they're comparable with the county charges.
Okay. Sometime in the future, I'd love to see the comparison, because I just really want to understand what is it about us that might cause us to charge more or less than what the county is charging. And that's all my comments.
And I could just share that I adopted a dog a few years ago at Clear the Shelters, and it was $25. So it was very affordable because they were trying to clear the shelter. I'm like, yeah, those were the fees.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, go ahead, Mr. Perlow.
Well, you're both there. A dog that's resident in the city of Oxnard, who sends the license information? How do they get that information that they need a license?
So yes, the Ventura County Animal Shelter, as part of their contract, they send up a licensing notification for them, and the county shelter collects it for us. And that fees that they collect offset how much we pay them. So as you see from the action item, it's like $3.1 million, but with all the licensing fees, we're estimating about $425,000 of it will be collected by the county on our behalf. And that offsets the cost that we pay towards the shelter for all the services.
So if a resident has a dog or a cat, they get a license, they get something in the mail telling them that they have the license. Is the license an Oxnard license or a county license?
It's a county license.
County license. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What's the wish of council on this item? If there are no further comments or
I'll
questions?
move the recommended action.
Okay. Madam Clerk, we have first and a second.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And the motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the next item on the agenda. This is item M1. This is from the Finance Department. The subject involves fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget public hearing. We've allocated about 90 minutes for this. The recommendation is that the City Council and Housing Authority Board conduct a public hearing on the fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget for the City of Oxnard and Oxnard Housing Authority, and provide staff direction regarding any adjustments to the proposed budget in preparation for budget adoption to occur on June 17th, 2025. And Mr. Javier Chagoy Lázaro is here, but also I see Eric Sonstegard here, Assistant City Manager. But before that, Madam Clerk, can you talk about the certification of publication and any written communication?
Yes, Mayor and council members, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in Be the Newspaper on May 22nd. The city clerk's office has received 4 written communications. Additional copies are located here if anybody wishes to see that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do any council members have any ex parte communications or other disclosures regarding this matter to state for the record?
No.
Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city's website, and a person who did not sign up may do so now by submitting a speaker card or following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting and at the city's website, oxnard.org, city meetings. Assistant City Manager Eric Sonstegard also posted a video presentation titled Fiscal Year 25-26 Budget Preview, and Javier Chagoy Lázaro, Chief Financial Officer, posted a video presentation titled Fiscal Year 25-26 Proposed Annual Budget. Additional information regarding this item are available to answer, and staff is available to answer any brief clarifying questions council members may have before we take public testimony on this item. The council can deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Any council members have any questions at this time for Assistant City Manager Eric Sonstegard?
Mr. Mayor, can I make one
Absolutely, go
point
ahead.
of clarification? In
Yep.
the recommendation that was listed in the agenda, it mistakenly includes the Housing Authority Board. That item was actually, the Housing Authority item was actually on info consent that we just approved. So I think we kept Commissioner Andrade here about 15 minutes longer than we needed to, so I owe him something for that, so.
You owe him a coffee, right, De La Hoya, Commissioner? Yeah. Would you, we'll give him the coffee. Thank you, Commissioner Andrade. You can leave if you like to leave, Ms. Andrade, thank you. And Mayor Burton, we'll start with you if you had something for.
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Sonstegard. It's a public hearing, and just as part of this process, we would ask questions. Typically, the public in another jurisdiction would get a chance to see the presentation live and the information that's pertinent to this item, so they could be informed on that if they didn't get a chance in their own time to see the 2 videos prior to this meeting. So I'm hoping that you wouldn't mind just taking a few moments to summarize your 49-minute presentation for us in just a few minutes here, but really the high points on what's in front of us so the public at least has that basic information. Again, if they haven't been able to see the Measure M required video ahead of this meeting on their own time.
Yeah, it'd be my pleasure. So good evening, Mayor MacArthur and members of council. Eric Sonstegard, Assistant City Manager, proud resident of the great city of Oxnard. And like you said, Mayor Pro Tem, before we get started on this item, we wanted to provide a little context for our discussion tonight on the fiscal year 2025-26 proposed budget. So we've come a long way in Oxnard, and we continue on a 6-year path from a $9.2 million structural deficit in 2019 to a position of self-reliance and fiscal sustainability in 2025. We all remember during that time we endured a global pandemic, continued litigation against the city, and shifting political winds that have threatened to derail our goals of restoration. But thankfully, with the approval of Measure E in 2020, new businesses like the Amazon Distribution Center, and strong fiscal prudence by the City Council and City Management, we've been able to implement restoration budgets to reinstate programs and services that had previously been eliminated. While we continue to make improvements and recommendations consistent with your City Council's 5-year priorities of quality of life, economic development, public safety, infrastructure and natural resources, and organizational effectiveness. As was highlighted in the Measure M video prepared for this budget, we still continue to face local, state, national, and even global factors that force us to confront the reality of how things can quickly change. These include flattening sales tax revenue growth for much of California, the rapidly approaching sunset of our Measure O sales tax initiative at the beginning of 2029, and a new law working its way through our state legislature looking to reapportion up to 50% of sales tax revenue derived from facilities like our Amazon warehouse. We also discussed ongoing litigation impacting the city, a competitive labor market made even more difficult by the fires in Los Angeles County, and political uncertainty at the state and federal level that is sure to impact Oxnard in a variety of ways. But you know what? Despite these factors, Oxnard has and will persevere. We have to focus on self-reliance in a time of chaotic fluidity around us. City Council made responsible decisions last year, resulting in the utilization of $20 million to pay down long-term pension and other post-employment benefit debt, and restored the city's reserves to 16.6% of our operating expenses, which is in accordance with the City Council's previously approved reserve policy. That 16.6% figure represents 2 months of operating costs to be used as a form of a rainy day fund. This year, after receiving nearly $20 million in additional funding requests from city departments, the staff is only recommending we approve approximately $2.8 million of these requests to maintain a balanced budget. These expenses, as highlighted in slide 26 of the Measure M video, include the outfitting of previously approved fire trucks and engines, additional costs related to the homeless shelter and the Ventura County Animal Shelter, ERP implementation for billing and licensing, and new police vehicles to replace an aging fleet. And that's just a few of the things that are included. For Measure O, we are recommending that we continue the approved weaning schedule in anticipation of the sunsetting of Measure O, which includes a little over $29 million in expenditures for fiscal year 2025-26. The majority of the expenses proposed within Measure O are for capital improvement projects, such as street and alley projects, as well as improvements to city and recreation facilities to support our community. I'd like to acknowledge the tireless amount of hours that Javier Chagoyan Lazaro, Tanya Williams, Katie Casey, Ashley Golden, and Steve Naveau put in throughout the budget season. And in particular, Javier and Tanya, some of you may know we've been without a budget assistant CFO since December, so both of them pretty much doing double duty and putting in a lot of late night hours the last few months. I'd like to conclude by once again emphasizing the presentation of a balanced general fund budget, and we look forward to a robust discussion this evening. And I'll just add, I didn't have it in my notes, but we should embrace tonight. This is like what local government's all about, is getting the feedback from our elected officials and the feedback from our community, taking that feedback and then presenting an adopted budget. So if the conversations become lengthy, they become, they become passionate, it's okay. That's part of local government, and we should embrace that. And staff is present here to address any questions that may arise tonight. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to the finance team, and Javier is going to highlight just a few changes from the published staff report. Javier?
Thank you, Eric. Javier Chagoyo Lázaro, Chief Financial Officer, City of Oxnard. As we indicated in the staff report, we'll be bringing oral communication of any changes that we have identified since the report was published. The staff has been working and reviewing the staff, and we have identified some rounding and spelling corrections that will be incorporated in the final report in June 17th. I also want to highlight that the proposed appropriation under the general fund include a budget for the city treasurer office under the non-departmental section. It's included there. And we'll make sure that for the June 17 report is clearly highlighted and visible for everyone to see what the budget for the city treasurer offices is. There's currently 2 additional changes that have an impact on the expense appropriations and the revenue recognition for that they're not included in this staff report that will be included in June 17th. The first one is an increase in revenues of about $300,000 on the highway users tax account and the road maintenance and rehabilitation account. Those are 2 funds, or we usually call them the gas tax funds. And thus being updated based on May 15 report from the California City Finance Unit. And the second change is an increase on the appropriation, about $1 million on the Assessment District 2000-1. After reviewing the fund balances, the staff has identified that there's the ability to pay down the existing debt on this district, and we're going to be including that recommendation in the final version of the budget.
Could you? Yeah, exactly. Could you repeat that?
So it's an increase on the expenditures and the Assessment District 2000-1. That's the Oxnard Boulevard Highway 101 interchange projects. Yeah. And the purpose of that is just to pay the outstanding bonds earlier, given there's existing fund balance. There's going to be some, as you know, the special districts have a concurrent process with the general budget, and as we'll make sure that the final adopted budget for the special districts are included in the final version that is published for the budget. And at this time, I would like to turn it to the city manager to see if he would like to make any remarks before we turn to.
Thank you. Very briefly. Just want to remind everyone that this budget is a financial instrument for 1 year. It's a 1-year budget, but keep it in mind that it's in the context of the history and the life of this city and this community and this organization and City Hall. So it's important to keep in the context of the recent years that we've experienced and the near future, and try to sort through all that is the noise about what's happening in the world, but at the same time paying attention to the real signals about what's coming ahead of us. And obviously none of us has a crystal ball, but we do have enough experience to anticipate some major events. Also, it's important to remind everyone, while it's great that, like we did earlier tonight, that we always celebrate what a special place Oxnard is and can be and promises to be, we don't live in a bubble that is, unaffected by what happens in the region, what happens in the state, in the country, and of course, on the global stage. We have some very clear indicators here about why we expect revenues to be going down. We have very clear signals from our good governor about the various areas where he wants to defund cities in California, while simultaneously wanting us to still do the work. And we have very clear indications from the federal government about a variety of cuts that, while they will impact the city government, the state government, and the city government, there are also a slew of reductions and eliminations that will severely impact many of our residents. So just keep in mind that while we are in a fortunate position this year, as I spell out in my budget message, I fully expect us to be on the heels of where many, many other cities in California are right now, which is they have budget deficits, they are making cuts, and I anticipate that we will be there in a year, if not 2 years, but I think it'll be in a year. So just want to provide that clear, sober, clear-eyed context. Unless, of course, we're all wrong and the world economy is going to be big and beautiful and bold in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick clarifying question regarding Assessment District 2000-1. Thank you for the update on that, and I'm excited to hear about that. There's the ability to increase the expenditure to go ahead and pay down that debt. Did you give a dollar figure for that already? Did I miss it? Or is that to be determined still once we look at some additional figures?
It's $1 million.
$1 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions before we get into public comment? Go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
I guess first of all, how many people want to actually speak on this? Do we have a number of cards?
I only have one at the moment.
Okay.
Mayor and council members, that's the only request to speak on this item.
Okay, so I do have some questions. So I'm looking at page 130 of the report, and it talks about how sales tax revenue is projected to grow by $3.5 million, with part of that is the 1% sales tax. The Bradley Burns sales tax is adding an additional $3.8 million or 6.9%. And while the Measure E sales and use tax is projected to go down by 0.3 million or 0.6%. However, on page 132, the report says that the fiscal year's revenues from the Measure O half-cent sales tax is proposed at basically a $1.7 million increase, or 7.9%, or 7.9% rather decrease over the previous fiscal year. So similar to Measure E, sales taxes mentioned in the general fund narrative, the local sales tax receipts have reflected a slowdown across a number of categories it writes. But now I can see a scenario where the 1% Bradley Burns portion of the sales tax might go up due to it being based on where the product is shipped from. And while the district tax, Measure O and Measure E, go down because that portion is based on where the product is shipped to. However, I'm perplexed how Measure E will go down by 0.6%, while Measure O will go down by 7.9%, because the same measurement for district taxes used for both taxes. Assuming the previous year's figure is correct, the percentage increase or decrease ought to be exactly the same when it involves Measure O and Measure E, because it uses the same destination measurement. So I was wondering if you can provide any insight into that, if that made sense.
Yes, of course. Thank you for the question. The decrease on the Measure O that we reflect in the report, it refers to the total revenue. Measure O, until this current fiscal year, was also receiving $1.8 million from the general fund as the repayment of a loan that was done back in, I believe, in fiscal year 24-25 to provide liquidity to the general fund.
So you're including in revenues the repayment of a loan? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. Okay. And that 1.8 million is not longer included in fiscal year 25-26. So the Measure O fund, when we calculate the overall funding sources for Measure O, we cannot take into account that the repayment of that loan from the general fund. And that's what drives the overall funding sources for the Measure O go down by that amount. In terms of the sales tax, what we're seeing is in both Measure E and Measure O are going down for next fiscal year. But then on the Bradley bonds, the 1% that is still going up.
Right, and that's probably due to mostly to Amazon gearing up and.
It's mostly Amazon and in general, but driving by Amazon.
Okay. So on, this is really minor, on page 134, it states that the proposed budget revenues of 45.06 million, expenditures of 87.5 million result in a use of fund balance of 52.4 million. I think you meant 42.4, so just a typo
That's
there?
correct. That's one of the typos that we have mentioned earlier that we are going to be correcting.
So on pages starting at page 155, I'm curious, why do we compare the proposed budget for 2025-26 with the originally adopted budget of 2024-2025? Wouldn't it make more sense to compare it with the revised budget of 2024-2025? Because I figure by the time we come up with the revised budget, we have better information for that year. So why would we use the original budget numbers instead of the revised budget numbers as our anchor point to make a comparison?
One of the main reasons is that the revised budget includes carryovers. So when you compare what we're recommending for adoption with the revised budget, the carryovers distort that comparison significantly, because the carryover represents items that have been appropriated in previous fiscal year that have been committed, that haven't been executed. And in order to facilitate the comparison of what the City Council approved as part of the original budget with what we are recommending to approve in this second year, we believe that it's better to make that comparison between what was adopted in one fiscal year and what is adopted in the subsequent year.
Is all the changes to the revised numbers due to carryover figures, or is that something, or are there other components as well?
Carryover used to be the bigger dollar amounts, but there's definitely all the changes that happen through the year that are being, for all the items that are being brought to City Council for adoption as well, for increased appropriations or increased revenue recognition.
Okay. I guess I would think about this in the future. Maybe there's a way to segregate the carryover piece so that we can kind of compare what the revised apples were for the year versus the apples for the new year. And my next question, I think you've already dealt with the city treasurer's budget, because that was a question I was going to have. So you'll come back with some figures at the next update. And I think at some point, I would like to hear from the city treasurer about what he'd want it to be there versus what you folks want to have there. So hopefully he can come up at some point in time later, but not right now.
He's on the public comment. Phil is.
So on page 162, I note that you include as a miscellaneous income the $48 million from debt proceeds related to the state revolving fund loan. I think in the future, I'd prefer that debt proceeds be separately stated on these types of reports, because those are typically one-time things. They're not operating versus, a financing issue here. I'm wondering, by the way, if there are interest payments associated with that debt, and wouldn't that increase the financing expense line by roughly $400,000? I think it's be included. It's row 157, I think.
The way the state revolving fund loans work is you start making the repayments 1 year after the completion of construction.
I see.
So therefore, there's no current interest or debt service included in the proposed budget.
Got it. And on page 163, Actually, I'm signing here, 164. Would the infrastructure use fee be included in the utility fees line? And
I'm
would
sorry,
the-
could you repeat the question?
The infrastructure use fee that's being charged to ratepayers, is that included in the utility fees line, row 45? Or is it miscellaneous income?
So the utility fees is the revenue that is generated by the rates.
Okay, so that's including the utility fees. So would the payout of those amounts to the streets fund be included in the transfers out section below? Is that where that would be?
Yes, I believe that is part of the transfer.
Okay, that makes sense. And for all these enterprise funds, I noticed that while the cost of salaries and wages are projected to go up, I found it kind of strange that the projected cost for employee benefits actually decreased. Normally, if you see wages go up, often benefits go up at the same time. I'm just wondering if you can shed some light on that.
Yes, in the benefits includes the component, but it's the annual contributions for pension and OPEB. And for pension, we have the CalPERS pension. The city also has the retirement enhancement plan. So the retirement enhancement plan, if you recall, in the audited financial statement, is almost 100% funded. That means that the annual contributions go down the more as your funding ratio goes up. And that's what the benefits basically is showing, is that there's a reduction on the annual contributions that the city has to make to that plan because the level of funding has increased.
Okay. And at this time, would it be okay to discuss what you have a resolution establishing financial management policies there? And just kind of have a couple general questions. Are these binding, or are they merely aspirational in nature? I know we have some financial policies that are just aspirational, but I'm wondering if these are binding on us. I think it's starting on page 142, I think.
Councilmember Starr?
Yeah.
Can you, in addition to the page, can you just advise, when you pick which one you're talking about, just tell us which resolution? Because some people are accessing the digital budget.
Got it. So I guess what I want to point out is there's the conditions of use for debt. It states that it's at B1 on page 142, where it says the city council will use long-term debt to finance a land purchase, major equipment acquisition, a capital project, or reserve only if a cost-benefit analysis establishes that the financial and community benefits of the financing exceed the cost. So I guess my first question is that aspirational, or is that something that binds us?
Well, it's basically a requirement every time that we issue that.
So then I also noticed then that on B3, it says debt financing will be used only when project revenues or other identified revenue sources are sufficient to service the terms of the debt. And I guess that, to me, that sounds like that could conflict with B1, but if I understand this correctly, I assume this is not aspirational, this is just a requirement. If that's true, then how would you pay for, for example, if we want to do the, what do we call that, the water park, or aquatic center, thank you. We've already said that the aquatic center is not going to make money. And there's no way that it's going to be able to pay off any debts. So it seems to me that if we go forward with that, then it would conflict with B3, unless you want to change that, or I'm not sure how this would work, but it seems like that's how I'm reading that. So I want to understand how this limits us.
Well, but that's not being proposed.
The policies?
No, I mean the aquatic center.
I get it. I'm talking about long term.
Well, that's an hypothetical, and I think we could address the proposed budget probably, just rather than just focus on hypotheticals at this moment, because when we present, because I don't think either B1 or B3 are excluent one of each other. I think they complement each other.
All right, those are all the questions I have.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Any other questions before we get to public? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Did you have something, Bert? No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick item. I appreciate the questions we just had. And this is a very minor thing, and I didn't catch it the first time around, but when Councilmember Starr drew attention back to one of the expenditure sections, I was refreshing myself on it, and just as a small correction on page 5 of 8 of the staff report, we have revenues at the top, followed by expenditure section in the second paragraph. We refer to the Oxnard Transit Center as the Jason Zaragoza Oxnard Transit Center. And so congratulations to our Assistant City Attorney, but just to point out that we have the John C. Zaragoza Oxnard Transit Center. But thank you to Public Works and the folks for the work that's been happening there.
Thank you.
That's it, thank you.
We noticed that as well, thanks.
If there are no further questions, before we deliberate or go into further discussion, we'll take public comment. We have Mr. Phil Molina, our elected city treasurer, who's here to speak on this item.
I'd just like to make
yes,
one
go
question.
ahead, Mr.
I appreciate the staff's presentation and responses to the questions asked. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chigoyen Lázaro. Thank you. Treasurer Molina, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm extremely pleased this evening to have heard that we want to move ahead and be compliant with the court order, and we're establishing a treasurer's department as is required. I'd like to read a little something to you. I prepared a budget, and I've shared it with you and the city clerk, and hopefully with the staff.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily to create more staff or more money, but to separate the treasurer's department and the staff from the other financial operations of the city. The budget needed to secure and safekeep public funds, to perform source document review before dispersing city funds, to prepare monthly financial reports in a proper format according to GASB, which is the Government Accounting Standards Board, to appoint deputies to work in the areas with city staff to supervise them directly, and to perform cashiering to receive all money from the public. The budget that I'm presenting to you this evening is actually about $700,000 to $800,000 less than the budget was when I got here in 2017. In that prior year, Code Collection Division was part of the city treasurer's job. And I can't tell you how many times he wanted to be under the police. But thanks to you and your direction, you have reassigned the collection and the code collection process to the police chief. So because of that, I'm able to identify that the operating budget as proposed and as you received is roughly $700,000 to $800,000 less than it was. The funding for this would come obviously from the enterprise funds, from the general fund, special revenue funds, from federal grants, all of whom allow for an allocation of money to cover the costs that are established in statutory law. In addition, it's up to you, but when
Sorry, Mr. Treasurer, go ahead.
No, that's fine, no problem. But when I was handling the investments, every year, the interest earnings that I generated from investments that were qualified according to state law and city policy and verified by the auditors, generated about $1.5 million more interest income than the total cost of the department. So it's up to you whether you want to continue reassigning the interest to someone else or to bring it back to the treasurer. There are some legal documents. The California Municipal Treasurers Association questions whether or not a general law city can do anything other than either have one of you do the investing or have the elected treasurer do the investing, which is why most general law cities assign it to the elected treasurer.
I'm sorry.
If there's any questions,
Yeah.
I'll be glad to answer. I hope you got a copy of this. And again, I'm very pleased to hear that it's going to be taken out of the non-departmental and identify as the city treasurer. I look forward to working with Javier and Alexander to put this together. It needs to be put together before the next hearing on June the 20th. I'm part of the city. I'm not opposed to the city.
Thank you.
We have been ordered to do certain things. And I'm trying to say, let's work together to make sure that when we present the case on June 20th, we're presenting it as a team and
Thank you,
saying this
Mr.
is how it will work, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank
Have
you,
a good
Treasurer
evening.
Molina. Thank you very much.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Pearl.
The document that the city clerk handed us, that the treasurer, and it's a question for you, Mayor.
Yeah.
Or possibly legal staff, it says to Mayor Lewis MacArthur, to Mrs. Alicia Starr, I believe that's the wife of Councilman Starr, identifying her as deputy city treasurer, and it's from Philip Molina, elected city treasurer. Is the deputy city treasurer now an employee of the city?
I don't know.
Is that an official position? I mean, is that,
I don't know. City Attorney, can you provide some clarification? I mean, I don't even know if it matters, but the way this letter is addressed.
My understanding is the prerequisites for appointing a deputy have not been complied with.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And state law does not establish any priorities or prior requirements for the elected city treasurer to appoint a deputy city treasurer.
Thank you, Treasurer
Thank you.
Molina. Good. I guess
I
we'll
have
start.
a question. I don't know if it's of staff or the treasurer. Either one would be fine to answer. So for this proposed amount, I just want some clarity. Is it coming out only out of existing numbers on the budget, or is there any amount of this that would be in addition to? So is it just a movement of monies over to a different bucket, or is there an increase in one of the buckets or a decrease?
Which one are you looking at? Which
So
budget?
I'm looking at what the treasurer proposed.
Okay, well, this is the first time we've seen it.
Yeah, I get
So
it. It's the first time I've seen it too.
We'll try to answer it by the next meeting.
And Mayor, again,
Good.
I beg your pardon
No, go
for
ahead, Mr.
interrupting Councilman Starr, but there is ongoing litigation, and I don't want to walk on thin ice if any of this could be construed as potentially dipping into an area we shouldn't.
Well-
So I want to make sure that the mayor is aware of my feelings on that, and I go on the record on that.
Thank you. We can ask the city attorney for some clarification on the issue being raised by Mr. Parla. This can potentially be a litigated matter that
Yes, happy to address this. We are in active litigation.
Okay.
And just to give a kind of brief overview of where we're at. Back on April 24th, there was a hearing before Judge Burrell on Mr. Molina's motion for an order enforcing the writ. So at that hearing, Judge Burrell asked that the city file additional briefing regarding the staffing, the funding, and access to information that was required for Molina to fill his statutory duties. So in addition, the judge asked that we indicate how we came up with that decision, who made the decision, and what alternatives were considered. So back on May 23rd, we filed a 25-page brief, and then we filed 180 pages of declarations and exhibits to justify what we indicate is the necessary amount of budget and staffing for Mr. Molina to do his statutory duties. The bottom line is we are proposing a salary. His salary is $155,000 and change. We're proposing $187,000 for labor cost for 2 part-time deputies, $7,500 for training, $2,500 for supplies, $1,500 for membership. So that's a 7 times increase over the budget that he has right now. So that's what's proposed. So that's $409,000 versus the $55,000 of the year before. So this is what staff is recommending. It provides the staffing he needs to perform his remaining statutory duties. We've only had a brief time to review what he has proposed to the council, but in going over the budget that he is proposing and the duties that he is indicating he needs to staff for, these are duties except for one that he does not currently have based on the legal documents that we filed with the court. So he is seeking 15 staff total, and we believe that he will have more than adequate staff if he has 2 part-time deputies. Also, just briefly for the record, because in past times, discussions which he made at this meeting were included in his court pleadings, I think it's important to state that at this point in time, he has not appointed any deputies. Right now, he claims that he has appointed Alicia Purcell, who's the secretary of Moving Oxnard Forward, who has multiple lawsuits against the city, as one of the deputies. The other deputy he claims to have appointed is Doug Bertello, who is the named plaintiff in the latest lawsuit filed against the city regarding the adopted infrastructure use fee. So, but under state law, the deputy treasurer position cannot be filled until the city council adopts a compensation schedule. So if the council adopts our recommended budget for the city treasurer's office, there would be a compensation schedule. The pay would be between $60 to $90 an hour for these part-time positions. So he could attract and select, after going through the proper process, qualified individuals to assist him with his duties, which at this point in time really are the preparation of a monthly 41004 report and other tasks that are there as well. So we believe that what Mr. Molina is proposing goes well beyond what is required for him to perform his duties.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mr. Barlow.
Thank you. Mr. Rozelle, is this an appropriate time to ask a little bit more about these, or should we wait till this comes back to us?
This is an appropriate time for you to ask questions, to get additional information regarding this. You clearly have one viewpoint proposed by Mr. Molina, and one that the city has filed with the court, outlining in very detailed documentation on the duties that remain with Mr. Molina and the staff and budget that are required for him to do those duties.
Okay, thank you. Well, in that case then, just to clarify, I think you had mentioned $187,000 budgeted or proposed for 2 part-time deputies. Is that correct?
That is correct, up to 1,000 hours a year for each.
Okay, up to 1,000. Okay. I mean, I look at that, and when I just did a half of that, $187,000, I come up with $93,500 a year for part-time work. Is my math off on that if we're capping the number of hours per year?
Your math is correct. It's a salary range of about $125,000 to $180,000 a year if you annualize it. So it's as I mentioned, $60 to $90 per hour.
Okay. And do we have other jurisdictions we've looked at that have qualifications or for these particular classifications, what the requirements of applying for and being going through the vetting and hiring process would be for these particular positions?
We have looked at a range of jurisdictions. The process, and there has been a detailed email exchange between our HR director and Mr. Molina about the steps that are necessary for staff to be hired. As you might imagine, it's important to ensure that they fill out the proper application form. There's a proper background check because they would be working with financial information and potentially with money. So that's very important. State law does indicate that the city treasurer does get to select the deputies. So the city acknowledges that, but there is that vetting process that is necessary. There's also a formal interview process and standard protections as it would be for any person hired as a city employee, either on a full-time or a part-time basis. Okay.
And I see in Mr. Molina's proposed, each deputy city treasurer is budgeted at $116,666. And I don't know if that's full-time or part-time as well, but we have a range of $93,500 a year for 1,000 hours worth of work, and $116,000 for a deputy position that is appointed and has to go through that process, but I hope qualifications will be robust in that. And I see both individuals are in the audience. I believe I saw Mr. Partello here as well. I'm wondering if, I'm not asking them, but I'm just wondering, they could nod their heads. Yes, if they consider themselves currently deputy treasurers as identified by Mr. Molina. I mean, I'm just throwing that out there. If they consider themselves as such, there's certainly things to go through, as you mentioned, Mr. Rozelle. There are phases and steps and things that we have to go through before we get to that, but just wanted to make sure that we were all clear that if they're stated as being deputy treasurers, which I've seen in emails as well, I hope that we can have them clear on whether or not that's the case, which it sounds like it's not at this particular date. So I think those are my main questions here, Mr. Rozelle, and I see the treasurer is waving his hand. I have one question for you, Mr. Molina. The $116,666, is that full-time or part-time?
Well, thank you for asking. That's full-time.
Okay, thank you.
Because let me answer your question, sir.
No, it was a yes or no.
No, it's not yes and no.
It was, is it full-time or
Unless
part-time?
you're just looking at living over this, let's deal with what's happening. These people are going to be required to look at timesheets, invoices, contracts, budget approval, to approve disbursements before they happen. You'll recall when I first got here, we found that the city manager and the city attorney were signing $30,000 monthly invoices on contracts that expired 3 years earlier. We brought that to their attention, saying, hey, look, you can't do that. You have to bring these contracts current. And that's the kind of thing we're doing. We were looking at timesheets where people were claiming overtime equal to the full regular time, but the supervisors were not approving it. We were saying, look, our own policy requires that when you have overtime, your supervisor approves that overtime. Those are the things that these people are going to be doing.
Thank you, Mr. Molina. My question was a binary question,
Yes.
full-time or part-time. You answered.
Well,
I appreciate that. Mr. Rozelle's was part-time.
Do you mind not
Those are the options
interrupting
we
my
have ahead of
response,
us.
sir? Do you mind? Give me an
Mayor,
opportunity
my
to
question's
respond.
been answered.
No, because
Listen,
we don't know.
Ms. Moreno, hold on just 1 second. I
Yes,
also
sir.
want to recognize, you answered the question that, and I get it, you're looking at a full-time spot, but also we've got Councilwoman Perez that has got a question as well. Go ahead.
Thank you. My question is for our city attorneys. So yeah, thank you for the opportunity to ask this question. My question is really around hiring procedures and process, considering, just really curious in terms of what the process is, considering this would be a conflict of interest. How do we prevent conflict of interests, or what is the process to ensure that that is not the case for these positions?
It is a formal application process. The city does have personnel rules. So it would depend on who is applying and their relationship with any other existing city employees or elected officials. So that would need to be made on a case-by-case basis. So it's impossible to give a hard and fast rule until that person would apply for the position.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rizzo. Go ahead. Councilwoman.
May I add to that, sir, in
For
response to the question?
For what question, Mr. Molina?
I think that we've agreed that there needs to be a background check. We have no concern with that. We have no concern with having an interview process, but ultimately the final decision is that of the elected treasurer. So I don't think we're that far off with what needs to be done. It's just a process of getting it going.
Thank you.
Yes,
Mr. Molina, go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
Yeah, so given that my wife's name has come up several times about this, I want to be very, very clear that my wife is not seeking, nor would she accept, any compensation from the city. Never. And she has not accepted the position that has been offered to her.
In other words, it's a lie, what has been presented to us?
Okay, hold on, Mr. Pearl.
I'm simply saying that she's never applied for the position. She's never accepted the position.
Okay.
She does not seek the position.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? If not, Madam Clerk, are there any other?
Mayor, in other words, the documents, Mr. Molina is very famous for having multiple emails, sending them out to the world.
I know why he does it.
And it states right here, and Aaron, Councilman Starr, look at the one in front of you. Whose name is that?
So I know why he does it. He's trying to make a.
I don't hear you complaining that her name is there when you're saying she doesn't accept it. I mean, this is getting
Okay.
into a kind of a contest.
I can
It's
just,
not really.
I can just tell you that I
But
understand
if the
why.
mayor doesn't control the
Okay,
meeting.
If I
hold
can
on, hold on,
answer,
Mr. Perlow.
if I can answer the question.
All right.
I understand why the treasurer does that. He's simply trying to make a point that he can appoint anybody he wants. But I can tell you that my wife has not accepted, she's not seeking, she does not desire to work for this city.
Okay, we heard it. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Thank you for that clarification, Councilmember Starr. It has been a point of confusion, I'll admit, on this, on the part of Mr. Molina to refer to Ms. Purcell as the Deputy City Treasurer when that hasn't actually occurred as an official appointment, nor has she gone through that process. And now I hear that she hasn't accepted, nor will she accept that offer if it were made to her. So I appreciate that clarification. Speaking for myself, I have to apologize to Ms. Purcell that your name has been put in the middle of that, because it's been probably since November of 2023 or 24. I have to look back on my emails that you started being referred to as a deputy city treasurer and CC'd on items and emails from the city treasurer. So that's thank you for clarifying that. It gives me some feelings that happened, but appreciate that. Thank you.
You'll notice that she has never replied to any of those emails where she's been copied.
All right.
And it saved me a Public Records Act request. Thank you. on that.
Madam Clerk, are there any other public comments or anything before we close the public hearing portion?
Mayor and council members, we do not have additional speakers in person or virtually for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no additional speakers, then we will close the public hearing. The public hearing is now closed. Thank you. Any council members wish to comment? Councilmember Starr, go ahead.
So I know that Fremont cut their general fund budget by 10%. And given the situation with the tariffs, the potential loss of Amazon sales tax revenue, the cutbacks in federal funds, and a slowdown in the economy, I do think that austerity is the appropriate course of action to address today's uncertainty. There's a recommendation that there be a recession protection fund, and I'm all in favor of it. I'm concerned that even the budget we have now is too optimistic, and that we should probably be a little more restrained. I'd rather learn down the road that we have more money and be surprised that way than set saying it's too high and then have a shortfall down the road where we have to do some painful decisions. So I'm just letting you know, from my perspective, where I'm coming from on this, that I'm kind of a little bit stingy, I guess you could say, in wanting to spend other people's money. So just want to let you know where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I mentioned earlier that I presented to the East Village Neighborhood Council just a couple weeks ago. Part of that presentation was a short preview of what we're discussing tonight, and the desire to be transparent with the public on we are in a great position as a city compared to many other cities in California and across the nation and what they're facing in the general economy. But let's not fool ourselves that we cannot, that we're going to keep seeing rosy skies ahead of us, clear skies. And it's important that we do the right thing as our fiduciary duty and as elected officials, that we prepare ourselves for the coming winter, as all cities and counties are starting to do right now. And the example I gave to the neighborhood council was, imagine if you're an hourly employee, you work 40 hours a week, and your employer comes up to you and says, hey, in 6 months, I'm gonna have to cut your hours to 30 hours a week. And you could certainly think, hey, that's a 6 month from now problem, and keep living the way you're living. Or you can start thinking, all right, I know this is coming. I need to start prepping myself. What are my priorities? What are the core things I need to pay for? My housing, my groceries, ABC, XYZ. What are the things I need to cut back on? Or what are the things I need to be mindful of how I use them or how I reduce them? And our city budget is no different, just on a much grander scale. And I appreciate that we're getting ready to weather this storm that everybody's going to be in the same ocean on, even though we'll be in our own different boats. But lastly, I want to thank the staff on this. I see a lot of faces out in the audience right now. It's not lost on me that there were 19 million plus requests for this year's budget on the needs you all need to do the work and to serve our community well. And I know that I wish I could just give you all of that, because I know all the work that you do. I see it. I speak with many, if not all of you. And I very much appreciate the work that you do. And it's difficult to say, I wish we could, but we can't. But I very much appreciate that you understand and are open to working with what we have. Again, keeping in mind that in 6 months, our hours are going to be cut here in the form of sales tax and other revenues. So thank you all for the work you do. It's difficult to say, you know, I wish we could do more, because I know we could do more, and I wish we could give you more to do that. But the work will continue regardless. And I just so very much appreciate all of you and your willingness to be able to continue that work, given the resources that we have and what we're setting aside for this coming fiscal year. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Just lastly, I know there's been a lot of deep conversation involving myself with staff, and so I appreciate the engagement to get to this point. And just want to entertain any further comments before we move on to the next item. Go ahead.
One last thing. This is really a request for next year. When I was living in Simi Valley years ago, one of the things I really appreciated about their budget process is that they went to every department and they said, if you had to make cuts, based on 5%, 10%, or 15%, what would you cut? It's what they call the reverse priority listing. And that kind of gives you an idea of what would you, if you had to incur this pain, what would you cut first? What would you cut second? What would you cut third? And it's not an easy thing to do. It's a tough exercise, and it's uncomfortable, but I think it's very illuminating. I thought they made very good use of that. I know the city of Oxnard used to do something similar to that years ago, but hasn't in recent years, just kind of a change in philosophy, and I understand that. But I would like staff to consider going back to that approach at some point, because I think it does help you look really deep at something and say, where are my priorities? So that.
I want to recognize
Yes,
and I know the city manager disagrees with
hold on
absolutely,
a second.
but I'd like to explain
Go ahead,
why.
Mr. Nguyen.
Yeah, I'd like to explain why. I've been through that process before, and I don't recommend that process at all. Couple things. So first of all, if you do that, then you're shifting the burden of public policy priorities on the staff, which you should not do. That is actually your responsibility. When departments are asked to do, give us your 5, your 10, your 15, that leads to chaos, and that leads to having a mediocre organization. We're gonna have to make cuts at some point, as I talked in the opening. We're gonna have to do it based on balancing and reprioritizing our priorities, and that's a public policy discussion ultimately. So if we're gonna cut, we're gonna cut. You can't keep a large scale of services of an organization to match the community and keep quality if you're gonna make those kinds of cuts. When you go to make cuts, you also want to struggle to maintain as much quality as you can. So the 5, 10, 15% game doesn't work very well, leads to mediocrity, and in the end, it's really your responsibility as the elected representatives to determine how to juggle the priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Look, if there's no further discussion, we're going to close this hearing, and we'll move on to the next item.
I have one quick question, because I know at the beginning when Javier Chagoyen, I'm sorry, I forgot your last name, Lazaro Chagoyen, was he saying that there was an increase of $300,000 in revenues? Did I understand that correctly? So we're thinking like one-time small projects potentially, and I know it's not a lot of money in the scope of life, right? I think a meeting or two ago, we were talking about a signage for $200,000. So That just puts things into scale, right? But did I understand that correctly?
That's correct. There's going to be an estimated increase on $300,000 on revenue. That revenue is earmarked on I mentioned also that it's coming on the gas, what we call the gas tax.
Okay, so it's already
So those
restricted.
funds will be definitely just allocated to
Okay.
projects that are related to streets and
Okay.
things like that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any further discussion before we move to the next item? Yeah, okay. Seeing no further discussion, we'll move to the next item on the agenda. And I thank everyone from staff for all your efforts and for being here tonight. Thank you. This is the time and place set for public hearing on item M2. This is from Public Works. Fiscal year 2025-26 resolution to levy assessments in Mandalay Beach Maintenance District. The recommendation to the City Council, acting as the legislative body for the Mandalay Beach Maintenance District 1, hold a public hearing on June 3rd, 2025 to receive public testimony regarding the proposed fiscal year 25-26 assessments for the Mandalay Beach Maintenance District, and 2, adopt a resolution to levy the special tax assessment for fiscal year 25-26 within the Mandalay Beach Maintenance District for fiscal year 25-26. Public Works and Transportation Committee approved this 2-1 on May 3rd, 2025. City Clerk, can you speak on the certification and the publication and written communication, if any?
Yes, Mayor and council members, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in Be the Newspaper on May 22nd. The city clerk's office has received no written communications on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do any council members have any ex parte communication or other disclosures regarding this matter to state for the record?
We had none.
No.
I see none. Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city's website, and a person who did not sign up may do so now by submitting a speaker card or following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting and at the city's website, oxnard.org, city meetings. Special Districts Manager Anthony Miller has posted a video presentation regarding this item and is available to answer any brief clarifying questions council members may have before we take public testimony on this item. The council will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any questions at this time? We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem. Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Miller, for being here.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Miller. As this is a public hearing, just because Measure M does prohibit the reenactment or the, whatever the phrasing is for the presentation, if you wouldn't mind just giving a brief summary of the item ahead of us here so the public has that for context.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Turan, and good evening, City Council. Anthony Miller, Special Districts Manager with the City of Oxnard Public Works Department. This is the public hearing item for the Mandalay Beach Maintenance District Assessment, which is an annual item that we bring forward that is the levying of a special assessment on the Mandalay Beach community around the Zachary Dunes Hotel property. They, as a community, this district is responsible for landscape and beach maintenance in that area, and is one of the 50 special districts that's managed by the city.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
Mayor, yes, we have 3 speakers. We'll start with the virtual speaker ending in 4716. Please press star 6. You have 3 minutes starting now. Thank you. Caller ending in 4716, please press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Mayor, we'll move on to the next caller. or the next speaker, which is Alicia Purcell. Sorry, Mayor, that actually concludes our speakers. We'll try caller ending in 4716 once again. Please press *6 and you can speak now.
This system is ridiculous. I have been sitting here waiting to speak on the last item. You went right past me. This is the third time that I've been passed up trying to call in for these meetings. This is ridiculous. Get this system fixed so people can call in.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Perla.
I have had discussions with other people, and apparently when you initially touch the button, if you touch it a second time thinking nobody heard it, you shut the system off. There may be a little more education needed for the general public.
I appreciate you mentioning that. Thank you, Mr. Perla. Go ahead, I think it's Mr. Andrus, go ahead, if you have any comments. I don't know if he disconnected.
Mayor, he just connected, so that actually concludes our speakers in person and virtually for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no additional speakers, we will close the public hearing, and the public hearing is now closed. Does any council member wish to comment on this item? Councilmember Starr, go ahead.
Yeah, just a correction, the report, it mentions that the Public Works and Transportation Committee voted on this. Actually, I think it was the Finance and Governance Committee. I don't think, one of the things I mentioned, I think during the committee meeting was, I don't think we have anything in our historical records that tells us how the city concluded that 60% of the beach maintenance at Olokoi Beach Park, I pronounced it right, okay, how that ought to be the district's responsibility. So for that reason, and because the electorate in this district has never agreed to this tax, I will be voting no when it comes time to vote.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Fuller, you have something? Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Starr, I did take the opportunity to watch that Public Works Committee meeting, and you asked a lot of questions. You also asked to get some follow-up. Did you not get the follow-up information that you requested so that you could vote on this without?
So I think the follow-up was on another item of business, not this one. I think it was on the LMDs.
Okay.
That's the next item.
All right. I stand corrected.
Or it could be that my memory is just
I
shot.
think you voted through I think you were negative votes on both items. So I think it was this item also.
I think I had the questions on a different item, right? Did I misremember?
No, you have it right.
Okay, I have it right. Okay, so it was a different item of business then. Okay,
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller, for raising that. Yeah. Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the recommended action.
So moved.
Second. Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Yes. Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
And the motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Starr voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the next item on the agenda. This is item N1 from Public Works. Subject involves fiscal year 2025-26 landscape maintenance district initiation of proceedings to levy assessments, approval of a consolidated engineering report, and declaration of intention to levy assessments. The recommendations of the City Council, acting as the legislative body of the City of Oxnard Landscape Maintenance District, otherwise known as LMDs. 1, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard, California, initiating proceedings to levy assessments against the real property for fiscal year 25-26 in connection with the city's landscape maintenance districts. 2, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard, California, approving a consolidated engineer's report regarding assessments against real property for fiscal year 25-26 in connection with the city's landscape maintenance districts. 3, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard, California, declaring its intention to levy assessments against real property for fiscal year 25-26 in connection with the city's landscape maintenance districts setting the public hearing for June 17th, 2025. 4, approve a one-time fund balance contribution from the general fund to LMD 49 in the amount of $54,802 is outlined in this staff report. And 5, approve a distribution of LMD 54 reserve fund balance in the amount of $31,386 to the equivalent benefit units in LMD 54 as outlined in the staff report. Back on May 13, 2025, the Finance and Governance Committee approved this 2-1. And I see Director Michael Wolf from Public Works is here to answer any questions.
I
Yes,
need to
sir.
make
Absolutely.
a
Go ahead, Mr.
comment.
Perla. Go
I
ahead.
can sit on this, but if there's going to be a discussion on District 13,
Mhm.
I cannot partake in it, I'd have to leave. So just sharing it, and I believe that's correct, City Attorney? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. That's duly noted. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead. Councilmember.
Similarly, my employer is Haas Automation, and they pay an assessment to LMD number 30. So I would need to abstain from that portion of the vote. I do believe I can vote on LMD number 43 because I do not own property there. I'm just simply a month-to-month renter. At least that's how it's been described to me. Am I incorrect?
Is your lease arrangement month to month?
Yes.
Okay. Then yes,
We're okay then.
you do not have a disqualifying real property conflict.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff on this particular item before we go to public comment? Go ahead, Mr.
I do, but if there's public comment, I wouldn't mind hearing that first.
Any public comments on this item?
Mayor, we do have 2 public
I see
speakers.
it. Sounds good. We'll start with Ms. Alicia Purcell and then Mr. Patello. You're next after her.
There's been a tall person here. In 2017, the city council dissolved somewhere around 18 LMDs because the vendor who has been doing our annual engineer reports pointed out their improvements were primarily, if not completely, external to the neighborhoods. And thus it wasn't a special benefit, which is required by state law, so the LMD was not permitted by state law. I believe one has been missed. If you look at the alleged improvements for LMD number 16, designated Lighthouse is the name of it, you'll see the improvements there are also all external to the neighborhood, just like the LMDs that were previously dissolved. I believe this LMD should have also been dissolved then. If you were to drive by this neighborhood, you'll see it's surrounded completely by a wall, and all the improvements are on the exterior of that. I've not driven by recently, but the last time I was there, the alleged improvements were just, dirt and dying shrubs. Maybe it has improved since then, but regardless, they are exterior. They are on, if memory serves, I think it's between 7th and 9th Streets for the east-west roads, and much more general benefit than anything else. Again, LMDs are required by state law to provide a special benefit to the neighborhood paying the assessments, and there are none here. It's all general benefit. So before this comes back for the next step, I would like to recommend that LMD number 16 be reviewed and begin the process to merely dissolve it instead. I don't believe it's compliant with the legal requirements, and the council can easily remedy this by dissolving it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Patello.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. And concerning the LMDs, we've had quite a checkered history with our LMDs. And, it's been borrow from Peter to pay Paul, and there's been actually general fund money that had to make up for work that had been done in the LMDs, and it had just gotten so messed up and convoluted that the external vendor that came in and that had been working with the city prior recommended that an audit be done. So that audit was done in 2015, and they submitted a report in 2016. There was one portion of that report that was held confidential, and that was concerning the administrative costs. And I still believe to this day that that's something the taxpayers paid for, that there's really no valid legal reason to keep it. There's been many excuses, like a draft document. It's not a draft document. I think we need to clear that up. And I think it's just a ticking time bomb that hasn't gone off. And it needs to be released to the public because we paid for it. And that's information that we're entitled to get. The other thing that happened during that audit process was that NBS had actually recommended to the city that staff be trained to do the work that they were doing. And so the city took up that recommendation, and actually we paid $25,000 for a manual to be made and for that process to begin to switch from use of this vendor to do certain work where staff could actually do that work. And we paid for that to be done. And to my knowledge, that still hasn't been done. And I think it would be good. You know, we have a manager for the special assessments, but we also have NBS. And we've shown that in the engineers' reports that there's an extremely high percentage of the cost that's administrative. I think we could be more efficient. We could do a better job. I think we could do what the taxpayers paid for and have that shift over more to staff and away from MBS, to not have two administrative, organizations administrating the LMDs. I think we've got a lot of cost that goes into administration of something that's pretty simple. It's mowing the grass, it's cutting the lawn, it's electricity, it's water. There's not a lot of line items there, right? So if we could just get back to just being more efficient with our LMDs, I think there'd be a lot more satisfaction because people would actually see trees getting trimmed instead of huge portions of the budget going to administrative costs. And there's been costs that have been hidden. So I think I made a good suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any other comments?
Mayor, that concludes our speakers in person and virtually for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have go ahead, Councilmember Story.
I do have some questions. So I've had some correspondence with staff. I would have loved to provide this to you ahead of time, but I'm not allowed to under the Brown Act. So I'm giving you a copy of what my correspondence has been to kind of give you an idea what my thought process is. And I know that Michael certainly, Mr. Wolf has certainly a copy of that because he knows he's going to be talking about this today. So let me start off by saying that I mentioned during the committee meeting that I did not believe that we could legally charge these multi-year assessments to pay for almost all the projects listed. And staff at the time mentioned during the meeting that they thought they did have the authority under the Streets and Highways Code section 22560A. So in this email, on the first email here, I kind of go through the thought process I have. And I think to staff's credit, they came back and they made changes as a result of that. I didn't realize they made the changes till I actually went through the report completely. I just thought, I heard radio silence. I thought, okay, well, I guess nothing's happening with this. But I did have a follow-up after having received this, and you can see this on the front. So basically what I had noticed was that there's a number of projects that still remain on this list, and I question whether we can legally charge over many years for these projects. I noticed that many of the projects, I got a list of about 7 of them there, where simply they just changed the name of the project from something that's maintenance, which is really not allowed, to something called installation, which I think they're arguing that it is. But the problem is that the statute allowing for multi-year financing specifically excludes the eligibility, the repair, removal, or replacement of all or any part of any improvement. So from my standpoint, unless the city is installing these amenities where none existed before, which kind of seems doubtful to me, I don't see how any of these projects would be eligible. So I don't think we're putting in new sidewalks. I don't think we're putting in new fencing that wasn't there before. I don't think we're putting in new monument signs that wasn't there before. I don't think that we're putting in a playground where none existed before. All these things, I don't see how they can be anything other than a repair, removal, or replacement of all or any part of any improvement. So I guess I first want to understand, help me out here, because I don't see how we can do this, and maybe you can just give me some insight.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. Thank you, Councilmember Starr, for providing the information in advance. It was appreciated. What staff is recommending is tonight is the most cost-effective way for the property owners consistent with the Streets and Highway Code section. So I don't want to get into your interpretation of the Streets and Highway Code section. What we're presenting to council from a policy perspective, we feel is the most cost-effective way for the property owners. I will say that how you're interpreting it from a piecemeal standpoint will cost the property owners more money. So what we're presenting to council, what has been reviewed by our outside city council, our outside council, what has been reviewed by our city attorney's office, is the most cost-effective way. Consistent with the Streets and Highway Code section, I would say that your interpretation would cost the property owners more money, especially when you look at it from a piecemeal standpoint, from a economy of scale standpoint, and a loss of production standpoint.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Just for clarification, many of the projects that we do are citywide. And it just seems to me that there's no reason why we can't be picking up these local neighborhoods at the same time while we're doing the rest of the city. You're just billing them separately. That's how I'm seeing it. It's like tree trimming, for example. We're doing tree trimming all across the city.
So again, having done this for many, many years, when we talk to a contractor, when they have to do multiple locations throughout the city, it costs more money. When they get to set up and do production, they look at it from a production standpoint. So if they're able to produce in one day X number of trees or Y number of linear foot of sidewalk, that's a certain price. When they have to only do a subset of that and then break down, go 5 miles south in the city, set back up again, that production goes way down and that cost goes way up. And so, again, I'll repeat that what we're presenting is consistent with the Highway Code section, and we feel like it's the policy that the council should look at, which gives the property owners the least cost based on the way that code section is written.
I have some questions starting about costs. So I know that the report that was recommended by the committee to go forward had really different cost numbers than what we're being presented with today. So I see on page 236, there's that table 6.1 has cost estimates. They show total maintenance costs of $1,922,730 in that first column of dollar values. During the committee meeting, the report we had was for only $1,588,910. So that's an additional $334,000. And all of that's due to the increase in contractor costs, which you'll find on table 6.2, which is on page 239, I think. Yes. And so basically, 2 weeks ago, the costs for the contractor cost was $805,000 and change, and now it's $1,139,000. So that's your $334,000 difference. In addition, going back to page 236, I see significant increases in special district personnel and special district overhead costs since 2 weeks ago. I apologize, I didn't provide you with the actual numbers here that was on the original report versus now, but it did go up. The total expense for this table is now 3.293 million, and before it was only 2.923 million. So there's a 12% increase there. And then on page 239 again, or 259 rather, $258,259. The total levy is now $1,766,000 and change. It used to be $1,579,000 and change, which is an increase of almost 12%. So maybe you could kind of walk the council through these changes so that we can better understand them.
Sure. Maybe I'll just read it from the staff report because it's actually specifically spelled out in the staff report. So I'll just go to page 207 and I'll just start reading. Based upon the discussion that occurred at the Finance and Governance Committee, which I believe you sit on, Mr. Starr, this staff report contains minor edits from the version that was presented at the committee. Those edits are shown in italics. These edits resulted in a slight adjustment to the assessments of some of the districts, increasing their assessments from what was proposed in the F&G committee staff report, and increased the general benefit contribution amount. More details can be found below. And then I'll read the below. The periodic tree trimming work is now included in the applicable LMD's annual operating budget. This change has increased applicable operating budgets to address the necessary partial tree trimming within each LMD, now on a partial basis. Unfortunately, this change will likely have a long-lasting impact on property owners, since it's a high probability of increasing future annual assessments due to the inability to take advantage of economies of scale from tree contractors based upon a city's current on-call tree maintenance contract and the separate grid pruning tree contract. Staff has estimated the increase in tree trimming costs that property owners will have to shoulder each year to be roughly 18% to 29% higher. And I can read on some more, but it's in the staff report, the answers to those questions of why those dollar amounts have changed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Mr. Parlow, go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Wolf, thank you very much. It's, as a council member who sometimes gets sharp with the questions, I'm very appreciative when a council member asks a question and you have the answer for it. And I believe you have the answer here and you presented it. And it's not from something that we didn't have tonight. It's something that's in front of us today. Again, thank you for the work that you guys are all doing. And I want to thank Mr. Anthony Miller. I did attend one of the meetings where there was district's questions, and it was just Mr. Partello, Mrs. Starr, and Mr. Starr and myself there. And I went there to listen to the volume of residents that were going to ask questions, and nobody else showed up except us. But they put Mr. Miller was put through the paces, and he did a tremendous job. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. And along those lines, I believe I attended the first of the series of LMD meetings. And I will say to the credit of the residents for that meeting, they're in the library meeting room. I want to say there were maybe a dozen or so folks who had showed up, and a couple who I interact with regularly from one of the two LMDs that reside or within District 2. And I just want to give my appreciation also to staff and their diligence in really honing in on the operations of our LMDs, well, all of our special districts, and really looking to see how can we make $1 look like 10 in the work that needs to be done. And again, many of these districts, for reasons that have been stated a number of times at these public meetings, are essentially frozen in time in the assessments that they have and what they pay into their districts annually. And again, $87 in the 1980s went a lot farther than it goes in 2025. And so $87 a year, that's a steal today, but you're going to get what you pay for, unfortunately. And I appreciate our staff's efforts to try and figure out how can we make this work best, given the resources that residents have. And lastly, just another thanks to the collaborative relationship and work that's happening between residents and staff on this, and the number of offerings that are offered to the residents around their special districts, specifically to LMDs. So again, I appreciate all this stuff that's come forward and the comprehensive reports that we have here justifying what's being presented or proposed tonight. And just thank you very much for all of your work. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. If there's no, you have someone else, Councilman, go ahead.
I just have a request. When this comes time for a vote, there's 5 different resolutions here. I think the last two last two actions are very different from the first 3. The first 3 basically creates the assessments and then approves the engineer's report, and it declares our intention to levy assessments. Number 4 and 5, which I feel comfortable voting in favor of, is the one-time fund balance contribution from the general fund to the LMD 49 in the amount of $54,000 and change, and also the approving the distribution of LMD 54 reserve fund balance in the amount of about $31,000 and change. So when it comes time for a vote, I would appreciate if we could have a separate vote on, let's say, the package 1 through 3 and a separate package of 4 and 5.
Sure, we can do that, yeah. Any, this is, if there's no, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just for clarity on that, I appreciate and respect the request. For the record, and just to assist the city clerk on this, perhaps we can title what it is that we're voting on each of those votes, if that's okay. And I think Mr. Wolf has something, Mayor.
Go ahead, Mr.
I
Wolf.
just want to make sure we're including any exemptions or recusals for any.
Good point.
Yeah, I think we
If
are.
you can acknowledge that too in the motions, that would be great.
I think we should just go over it again and restate what we are recusing ourselves from. Yeah, we'll start with you, Councilmember Starr. You were recusing yourself one particular,
So
which
I
numbers?
would be recusing myself only on LMD number 30.
LD 30, okay. No, President, do you have anything? Anything with it? Okay.
And when we're ready to go to a vote, I do want to make a statement on why I'm voting the way I'm voting.
Okay. Just to clarify to the city attorney, it's our intent to break up items. I think we'll take a vote on items 1, 2, and 3, and then we'll take a separate vote on 4 and 5. Can we do that?
You can certainly do that.
I'd like to make a motion to approve items 1, 2, and 3 on the recommended action.
I'll second.
Okay. Madam Clerk, we'll call for the vote.
Councilmember Starr?
Before we go there, I do want to state my thoughts here. I appreciate
Go ahead.
that. So because I believe that the remaining multi-year assessments are a violation of the Streets and Highways Code, I wasn't convinced by any argument here. It was just basically conclusory only. Because I believe that the figures in this updated engineer's report have been, I think they're inflated from where they were 2 weeks ago. And because the electorate has never had the opportunity to vote on these assessments, I will be voting no on these first 3 recommendations, with the exception of LMD number 30, which I'm abstaining from.
Okay. Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilmember Starr?
No, with the exception of LMD number 30, which I'm abstaining on.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes, with a recusal on 13, number 13, landscape district number 13.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes. Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
And the motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Starr voting no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll now entertain a motion for,
And just to be clear, maybe I might have said it incorrectly, but I guess I said abstain, but I actually said that I was recusing. So just so that it's clear that I was recusing on LMD number 30.
thank you for that clarification. I'll now entertain a motion for items 4 and 5.
Did you make the motion? I can
Yeah, no, I'll
second.
entertain a motion.
Oh.
If somebody wants to make it.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Mayor Pro Tem seconded. Madam Clerk, I call for the vote.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
And Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll make a motion we're creeping up on 10 o'clock, to go past 10 o'clock.
Second.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, call for the vote. Yeah.
Councilwoman Basua? Yes. Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
And Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And that motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item N2 from the Community Development Department. Ordinance designating fire hazard severity zones. The recommendations that the City Council approve first reading by title only and waive further reading of the proposed ordinance titled, an ordinance of the City of Oxnard, California, adding Chapter 14 to the Oxnard City Code designating fire hazard severity zones. Mr. Jeff Pingilly is here. Any council members have any questions on this particular item? Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Pingilly. Just on this one, because it is something that we did a number of public outreach efforts on, wondering if you wouldn't mind, just for the record, giving us a brief overview of this item in case anyone didn't have the time in their own time ahead of this meeting to view that information.
Certainly, Mayor Pro Tem Council Jeff Pingilly, Community Development Director. This item is a state initiative from the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection known as CAL FIRE. They recently updated their statewide fire hazard severity zone maps. The goal of that was to identify areas in the state with elevated fire hazards, and the categories possible are no hazard, moderate, high, or very high. And the last time this was done was 10 or 15 years ago, and there were no identified hazards in the city of Oxnard. With this release of these new maps on March 10th, the city by state law has 120 days to adopt these maps by ordinance, and so that gets us to July 10th of 2025. So we're in a timely fashion right now with the first reading. Additionally, the city cannot reduce the fire hazard severity of any specific parcel. On the maps, we have clarified and extended the fire hazard severity zones to the extent of a parcel to more clearly identify it. Those maps are broken down into a citywide map and specific highlighted areas zoomed in, if you will, identifying the different areas in the city where those fire hazards are identified. I just wanted to clarify for the council and public that the fire hazard severity zone maps identify the hazard, not necessarily the risk. The hazard is basically the physical conditions, and considering wildfire behavior, it's more of a likelihood based on general 30 to 50 year time histories of what would be expected for a fire hazard for a specific area. Risk is not what these maps are looking at. That may be something that insurance companies look more at. The risk has to do with the specific conditions around a specific property that could include fuel reduction efforts. It could include previous burns from prior wildfires. It could include efforts by the homeowner to harden or provide construction features that minimize the risk. With that, the city, under these new proposed maps, and again, these are set forth by the state fire marshal. They're not something that city staff created. We just clarified them and published them. We now have about 421 parcels marked in a high fire hazard zone and about 167 parcels marked as a moderate fire hazard zone. Not all of those parcels, but the vast majority of them have structures of some type on them. The main source of the hazards, or the concentration, I should say, of the hazards are occurring in the Santa Clara Riverbed, the Harbor Boulevard corridor, and in some parts of the Ormond Beach area. As you mentioned, we had town hall meetings for 3 different town hall meetings covering districts 1, 2, 5, and 6, and provided information and took feedback from residents. And the general feedback from those was questions. There was a lot of different questions, but the general consensus, or the general focus, was on insurance impacts, the purpose and methodology of the maps, explaining what those were, and some concerns expressed about unmanaged fuels in some of the wildland areas, such as the Santa Clara River. The areas that are designated as high are really those that have a consequence, if you will. The consequence for them is there are some real estate disclosures required now for those property owners, and there are, if they make improvements for new construction, there are some new construction. There's a new chapter in the code that would be applicable that deals with ember resistant and fire resistant construction. Again, there is no retrofit requirement required by these codes. These specific codes regarding the construction will not take effect until January of next year. And again, there's no requirement to retrofit from these codes. That may not, insurance companies may provide benefits if a homeowner or a property owner does some sort of a retrofit and vegetation management.
Great, thank you very much. And along those lines, I attended the District 1 and 2 meeting held with the South Bank neighborhood. And I look at the map here, and I apologize to the public, we can't get this for you, but I hope that you'll refer to the clerk's portion of the website where all of the materials for this meeting are located. But a significant number of parcels within the South Bank neighborhood and undeveloped parcels in Wagon Wheel as of now, which will be a next phase for the Wagon Wheel development. So I appreciate staff's time and our fire folks and our partners at the county coming out and providing that town hall and Q&A portions for the residents. One thing that came up at the meeting I attended, and I know Councilmember Perillo was there as well, was from coincidentally someone in the audience who worked in the insurance industry and had a number of really important points made for the residents in attendance who maybe had some confusion or lack of clarity on what was being discussed here. But she provided some insight even, for me on context to this. And you just mentioned it now, Mr. Pengale. I don't know if you or our fire chief would like to just touch on this a little. If folks review this and haven't seen it thus yet, and find their parcel is located within one of these maps, can you explain what fire hardening or the term to that entails? Just some examples of that. And again, I don't know if that's for you, Mr. Pengale, or our chief, but I'll open it up to both of you.
I can start on the construction aspect of it. It's generally ignition or ember resistant, where things like your roofing, that would be the most important. If you have an older home that still happens to have shake roofs or something like that, siding, eaves, exposed wood like decks and eave overhangs, exterior doors, etc. That would be more for new construction. For an existing home, I think they're looking at more of the low-hanging fruit for insurance company benefits, such as if you have an accessory building that's right next to your structure, and if you have unmanaged vegetation, which I would ask Chief to address, that's another big component of this, is vegetation management and defensible space requirements. So, Chief, would you mind touching on that?
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council, Alex Hamilton, Fire Chief. One of the big components around home hardening and something you're going to be hearing more about in the coming months is something known as Zone 0, which is essentially 0 to 5 feet from your home, having nothing combustible. So fences, wooden fences don't come up against your home, ornamental plants, wood piles, if you've got a wood-burning fireplace, all of those kinds of things have been shown to contribute to home loss in these catastrophic wildfires. So that's one of the big pieces when it comes to vegetation management. And then the other piece around that, moving further away from your home, is having a defensible space, so keeping that vegetation low, clearing out the fallen leaves, dead plants, those kinds of things. That certainly gives the fire department more time to establish a perimeter and ultimately hopefully save homes. And where we can't get enough resources into those places fast enough, Zone 0 is the area that will really do a lot of work. The one thing I'll just add to is a lot of the advocacy that's been going on from the fire service, particularly with the insurance industry, is making sure that homeowners get credit for the work that they're doing in these areas. Some insurance companies do provide some amount of credit. Our argument is they can the insurance industry can do more on that front.
Thank you. I've got a lot of thoughts on the insurance industry also, but that's for another discussion. Appreciate that. And last thing on that, when you mentioned defensible spaces and especially vegetation, do we know of, and I'm sure there's a long list, but just off the top of your head, any type of species of trees or brush that tend to be more combustible, but tend to be decorative, or people have them, especially in the city of Oxnard, that you can think of?
There is a list of vegetation that not fireproof, but more fire friendly, I guess I would say. Yeah, it may be on the county fire website. I can get that information, find that website, and bring it back to the council.
Sure, I appreciate that. And I believe, just as two examples, I believe like certain palm trees and cypress trees tend not to be friendly to have near your home. If there's something catches, that they tend to go up rather quickly. So just something for folks to think about if they have those in the yards within that space.
Yeah, and some of the fires we've seen recently, some of the conditions we've seen, it doesn't even matter if you have very low-cut vegetation that's very green and looks very lush. It burns in the right conditions.
Sure.
We saw that on the mountain fire here, where we lost some homes in Camarillo, and then obviously Palisades and Eaton fires as well.
Yes. Thank you very much. Those are my questions, Mayor. Thank you both.
Could I add to that? One thing that came out in the South Bank neighborhood meeting also, we were fortunate to be joined not just by our fire department and their expertise. The county fire marshal was there as well. He pointed out that two things homeowners can do that will reduce their likelihood of a complete structural loss in a wildfire by 80%, was the defensible space, that zero clearance from 0 to 5 feet, and managed brush out to 100 feet or to your property lines. That's the one thing. The second thing is quite simple. All the openings into your attic, the attic vents, and some people have underfloor crawl space vents. There's a simple retrofit of a more finer mesh that many different companies sell that can be fairly cost effectively retrofitted. Those two improvements alone, he's seen up to an 80% reduction in total structural loss, according to studies.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you for the just quick second here, Mayor. Along those lines, and I know this was mentioned at the South Bank meeting as well, we could certainly be responsible and diligent homeowners and do all this great hardening and defensible spaces, but communication with our neighbors is equally important. And just if you do a great job, great, but if you have a shambled, dried out wooden fence between you and your neighbor's house, or they have 13-foot high cypress trees that are next to your overhang of your roof, that's a conversation to have. And you can do that with your neighbors, not just alone on your own, just to get everybody prepared. So just thank you again, much appreciated.
Mr. Perrella, do you have something? Yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate the work. I appreciate the report. I appreciated the 3 meetings that you had. I only attended 2. But I do think that it would be wise, and I do appreciate Mr. Pengelly identifying how many homes and how many properties. If the public, somebody will watch this later on, look at page 638, 639, 641, 642, 643. Those are maps covering various districts, council districts, homes. And Mr. Pengelly, you mentioned 421 homes. I'm not saying that we need to run around and say the sky's falling, but having lived through finding out that my home would go into a flood zone years ago when FEMA came to town, I think it would benefit the city of Oxnard to take the lead and just make sure that we identify the properties that are here, the property owner address, and send them notice, and send an address to the resident that's living in that home to let them know. It may be a little work, it may be a little expense, but from having been involved in seeing what the public does when they find out they're going to have to buy flood insurance and they didn't know it, and these people may be finding out that they can't buy fire insurance, they didn't know it, because as well as the outreach that we did in the neighborhood council meetings, there was no 421 people at all of those combined meetings. And at a follow-up meeting of the South Bank neighborhood, there were a lot of questions being asked, and they were directed to a website, and I specifically asked that. And I was told, well, the individuals, if they get to the website, they can drill down and see where their home is. Even at that meeting, there was no 50 people at that meeting. I think this would benefit the city, and especially the council members that represent parts of that area. It may not get them a vote, but it would make them feel a little bit better that they told their residents, hey, you got a problem, you need to be aware of it. We didn't create it, but the state has come in and they're going to impose this on you. I don't know if that needs to be made an amendment to this, but it's a very strong suggestion that I have.
Thank you. Mr. Wayne, do you want to comment? Go ahead.
Yes, Councilmember Perillo, I understand the impetus for that. I just want us to have some time to review this. I want to make sure that the maps are clear enough that we are clear about what parcels are in and which are not, because I don't want to inadvertently send it to the wrong property or not to the right property. This has been all over the news in California the last few months, and in addition to our outreach and our 3 actual meetings, I think we've made a good effort. So let us look at it, because we also have to determine, as you mentioned, the property owners. We can't assume that the owners actually live at these properties. So give us a little time to look at it. And yeah, it's going to take some work and some funding. We'll just deduct it from the District 1 budget. Thank you.
I tell you, with over 145 homes that were in there, I get you the people would give you the stamps, the time and the money, because there were some long faces going like, to the credit of that neighborhood council, they took some heat. Why didn't they know about this? And the answer was they were given notice of a meeting and they didn't show up.
Councilmember Perillo, can I add, thank you for sending that question out in advance. We were able to reach out to GIS, and I want to give a shout out to our GIS folks, particularly Ryan Bosley. He was critical in getting these maps developed and in the format that they're in with his resources and skills. So he was very much on point, and we reach out to him to see if they can extract some property data accurately from the GIS maps, and we're working on that.
Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Perez, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I also appreciate the time that your team, as well as the chief of fire and city manager's staff as well, for holding the meeting in the South Winds neighborhood, particularly at Haycox Elementary. In relation to what Councilmember Perallo mentioned around contacting property managers, I just want to also be mindful of the current conditions that many tenants are facing right now in specifically the South Winds community and neighborhood with property managers. So wanting to also just make sure that tenants aren't going to be impacted by ensuring that we're working with property managers to ensure that buildings are also up to code. So really just wanting to be mindful of that effort as well, and making sure that there's a positive communication between landlords and tenants as we ensure the safety and protection. Because as we look at the map on 643, there's obviously a moderate and high severity, fire hazard severity zone within that area, and want to also just highlight the current climate that we're in and the conditions that tenants have experienced in that area.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers on this item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Starr, go ahead.
It's okay. I guess technical question first. So we're ultimately we'll be adopting an ordinance here.
Yeah.
When we put that into the city code, do we have the technology actually put in the maps as part of the code itself? How does that actually work, or is it only text?
I think we could, but it'd be better and safer if we simply link it to the state fire marshal's map, because I feel better about that, because they can actually change it in the future.
What this ordinance is, Councilmember Starr, is the actual maps, and we're going to publish them in color in the city code.
In the city code itself?
Yes.
That's good.
Yeah, and so when the state anticipates these maps to be static for 10 years or so. And so that is a judgment call on publishing them rather than putting in a link. But I think for this first round of maps, it's worth getting the information out in the clearest form possible. And so we will have to come back if the state changes the maps or tweaks them and adjusts them. We might in the future, if that happens more frequently than once every 10 years, go to just a web link address. But this was the format that we felt most comfortable with, publishing them in this manner with the zoomed in areas. And they can also go to the State Fire Marshal website, plug in their property address, and it will tell them if they are inside a high fire hazard zone. If it cuts across their property, it may not give them the accurate information as to which zone there is. So if their property is cut in two and half of it is in a high fire hazard zone, we are mapping them as entirely in a high fire hazard zone.
Okay, and I think you answered my second question, which is how often are these maps updated? And you're saying it's decennial basis?
Yes. Councilmember Starr, just a little correction on that. So the state was actually supposed to be updating these maps every 5 years.
Okay.
Hasn't been done in 15 years, which is why there's significant changes going on right now up and down the state, because much in our climate has changed in the last 15 years. With that being said, though, there is a piece of legislation moving through the state legislature right now to change that to 8 years. So we may not see this back again in 8 years. And I think in part because of the amount of work that it goes to produce these maps, and then obviously for every jurisdiction to then update and adopt ordinances as the maps change. So they're looking at an 8-year time period.
Okay. And is there anything that we can do on our end that would change the actual hazard of these locations? I mean, what's our role in trying to minimize the risk so that future map updates can show a lower severity?
One of the criticisms of these maps has been the opaque nature of how they came to the algorithms. So it's a little bit difficult to say. I know fire prevalence in history is one of the components they put in, but it also has something to do with the spread of the fire and then the anticipated temperature as the fire is spreading. So there is a number of factors to it. Unfortunately, and that's another piece of legislation moving through the state legislature right now, is to try and create a little bit more transparency, excuse me, around how the maps are developed, so that we can do a better job of perhaps putting a little bit more prevention strategies in place. But I think the reality is the way the maps are designed right now, it's indicative of what we're seeing in terms of climate change.
Okay, so I just didn't know whether we could impact this by replacing vegetation with hardscape or what have you, whether that has any difference to what the state does.
And if we had more transparency in the algorithms they use, because it also it's based on weather and topography and things like that we're not going to change. So there are a number of components that we cannot control. Right. But there are some real anomalies in these maps, which is another reason why there's a call for transparency. There was areas in the hills above Ventura that lost 300 homes in the Thomas Fire that did not receive any designation, not even a moderate designation. And then a 4-story concrete parking structure was considered a very high fire hazard. So there are some anomalies that they still need to work through on these maps, which is why we really do need more transparency.
Okay. And I think you described what you called a zero zone or something like that?
Zone zero,
Zone
correct.
zero, okay. So I'm just wondering if people are going to be willing to give up their bougainvilleas on trellises next to their house. And I don't know how do you convince people, one, that they shouldn't do it, and how do you make sure that they're even aware of it? Because it is causing a hazard to other nearby neighbors if you're putting in a fire hazard in your own house. But
yeah, when it comes to zone zero, there's been some really good studies that show even if your neighbours aren't as willing to take those preventative steps, you can do a lot to save your own home by doing that zone zero work. They are going to start making these things requirements, particularly in very high fire severity zones. In the time between the last time I stood up at the microphone, I found the website. It's actually a CAL FIRE website, but it's readyforwildfire.org. Yeah. That website, under their Prepare for Wildfires tab, there is a whole range of resources there about how you can design your landscaping, if it's up a slope, how far apart the trees need to be, how high the different vegetation should be, and then talks a little bit more about the zone zero piece.
Okay. And my last question, I mean, I always kind of bristle with the idea that state law is requiring us to do this, and we absolutely must do something. But, and by the way, I'm not advocating that we not adopt it, but what would be the penalty if we defied the state and didn't adopt it?
It's my understanding there's nothing in the legislation that has a penalty for not adopting.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. It's CAL FIRE, go ahead. Go ahead,
Certainly,
Chief.
readyforwildfire.org. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
And thank you, Chief. Just to clarify, just across the street here, the 4-story parking structure is in a high severity zone you mentioned?
I apologize. The 4-story parking structure in Ventura, downtown Ventura.
Oh, Ventura downtown.
Yeah, Ventura has, I feel like we were quite lucky here in the city of Oxnard in the way the maps impacted our residents. Ventura's got a whole different ball of wax to deal with up there.
Sure. I was just thinking that's quite random that it would be in the middle of downtown, and I figured maybe it's because of the fireworks at these meetings going over there. That's probably what it was, but thank you.
Thank you. If there are no, yeah. If there's no more questions or comments, Ms. Pro, do you have something before we go to entertain a
Move the
motion?
recommended action.
Oh, wonderful. We have
I'll second.
first and a second, Madam Clerk, second by Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua, Councilmember Perallo,
Yes, thank you for all the work you guys did.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
and the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the last item on the agenda. This is item N as in Nora 3 from Public Works. Subject public project agreement with CS Legacy Construction for Oxnard beautification and cleanup project. The recommendation, there's a number of items here. Number one, a total of $2,765,624.79 in project funds for the Oxnard beautification and cleanup project. Two, that the mayor execute an agreement with CS Legacy Construction in the amount of $2,506,996.79 for the project and approved a project contingency amount of $129,314 for a total not to exceed value of $2,636,296.79 for the project. Three, a project allocation amount of $129,314 for engineering, inspection, survey, and project management for the project. Four, authorize a maximum amount of $1,600,000 budget appropriation and a corresponding transfer in revenue in the same amount in the capital outlay fund to the Oxnard beautification and cleanup project, funded from a transfer of existing fiscal year 24-25 general fund appropriations. Five, approve project budget appropriations of $1,074,578 in fiscal year 24-25, consisting of $870,000 of available fund balance from the American Rescue Plan Act and $204,578 of available fund balance from the tax allocation bond fund, and then Hero Project Area Fund 315 to the Oxnard beautification and cleanup project and corresponding capital outlay fund, transfer and appropriation in the same amount. Six, authorize the Public Works Director or designee to apply for a turf replacement rebate program up to a maximum amount of $638,500 with Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, and to approve the budget appropriations once awarded for use in the Oxnard beautification and cleanup project. Seven, incorporating the Oxnard beautification and cleanup project into the adopted 2025 through 2029 capital improvement program. Eight, incorporating the Del Sol Community Garden activation project into the 25 through 2029 capital improvement program. This item did not originate in committee, as these are grant-funded projects whose grant applications were previously approved by the City Council. And Director Michael Wolf is here to answer any questions we may have of him. We'll start with Councilmember Starr. Go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead. Yes,
Mayor, if I may, I apologize, just kind of hot off the presses information that we got from Caltrans today.
Okay.
So we got a phone call earlier this morning from the local assistants, so it was not from headquarters, but local assistants, indicating that they're willing to give us an extension on the grant.
That's wonderful.
They said that we were going to get an email today. We did not get an email, but that's not to say that we won't get one. So we are hopeful that we will get the grant extension in writing from headquarters. We won't, we'll want it from headquarters, not necessarily local assistance. But we did get that phone call this morning to our grants manager from the person he's been dealing with directly at local assistance. So we are very encouraged by that conversation this morning. We suspect that it may have been one of our assembly members' offices that had made that contact, and we'll find out if that's the case. So we do recommend continuing forward with what's on the agenda tonight, with the understanding that if that does come through, that grant extension happens, we believe it's going to be one more year. That's plenty of time for the project to be constructed. And then we wouldn't need to have item number 4 as written says a maximum amount, so that would necessarily be 0, basically. Does not need to be rewritten, it would just be 0. The rest of it would stay the same. Well, actually, I'm sorry, the recommendation would stay the same tonight. That amount would just be 0, meaning that we would not need that that amount if the grant is awarded. I would like to continue to go down the path of getting the turf rebate from MET, because we think that that's actually a good opportunity. Depending on if we run into any construction, unforeseen site conditions. But we would like to, if we don't need to use that for this project, it could be used for other projects. But we would recommend continuing forward with the recommendations as outlined.
Wonderful, that's great.
So I think
I'm sorry, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
Yes, Councilman Starr, I recognize you first. Go ahead.
But thank you for the really good news. So regarding this Caltrans grant, if it wasn't extended and it was going to be expired before we could take full advantage of it, I understand from the report that this is due to delays in the bidding process, including the lack of responses by vendors from our first 2 attempts to go to bid. And my question is, and maybe this is for Ms. McCarron, my question is, with the recent update of our purchasing ordinance, will that reduce the likelihood of our losing out on a grant in the future, or are there other changes that we still need to make in our internal processes?
Can I maybe just clarify, because I don't think that Elle has the background of that first process. So the first RFP process was for design, and what we had done in the first part is we combined sort of 2 industries. We combined an outreach industry and a architectural industry into one. Bless you. And so I just want to make sure she recognizes that when we put the RFP out, we had those things folded together. Okay. And I believe that was the reason why we weren't getting responses, not necessarily the fact that our policies were changed. Is that we just had 2 sort of different worlds in the same RFP. And then when we separated it out, we actually finally got responses. So I wanted to make sure she had that background before she answered the question.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Starr, we have updated our policies and we've updated a lot of our bid packages and how they look and making them easier and more user-friendly. So that will help. But we can't really control who's going to bid or submit a proposal. We try our best. We put it online on our website and we publish in trade journals. We send it out to companies that are in the area. We try to cast as wide of a net as possible, but we just can't control whether or not somebody will submit a bid or a proposal.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Good, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And thank you for the update. Hot off the presses indeed. So that shifts my question, and I know the staff report does highlight what we're looking at here and some of the logistical challenges that were met, as far as the Caltrans grant goes. So the shift in my question, I think, would be, at this point in time, let's say that we get that in writing saying, hey, we're going to extend the grant, and we continue on this path regardless, but I'm wondering about staffing capacity and the other challenges we're facing. Do we feel that we've already gotten over that speed hump, and that these are things we'd be able to carry out with the extension in the grant?
For this specific project, we feel comfortable. We've already obviously bid it, because that's what we're doing tonight, is awarding it. The contract documents give them 100 working days. Morgan's team has actually already had a conversation with the contractor about their ability to work through this as fast as possible, because as of yesterday, we had until the end of this month to actually submit reimbursements, and the contractor was willing to start as fast as possible just to even meet that requirement. So we feel comfortable that this project will get done within the 100 working days that's allowed in the bid documents. I also want to kind of put some of this into a little bit of perspective. I had asked staff to go back and look at, since 2022, 23, all the grant amounts that we got awarded through Caltrans or similar. So I would say similar, that would be like VCTC. So these kinds of very similar high hurdle grants. We have executed $146 million worth of grants projects. We are currently working on $18 million worth of grant projects. So I would say that what you see tonight is an anomaly and not necessarily anything that is going to go forward. And so, again, just want to give that perspective that we work a lot with Caltrans. As you can tell, they've given us a lot of funding, and we work very, very successfully with the Caltrans. And so we try our very best to meet their goals and their deadlines. Caltrans has been very good partner with us. To the tune of $146 million in the last couple of years. And they have been allowing us showing progress. When we show progress, they've been very flexible. This was the first time that they had not shown that flexibility, and we were pretty surprised. So we were happy to hear that phone call this morning. But to answer your question, I don't see us having an issue with a specific project or other ones that we're working on.
Great, thank you. I think the city
Mayor,
manager has something to
if I
add.
could also add,
Mr.
I believe this is in the report. For this particular funding stream, there are 5 other cities in the same boat as us, that they couldn't make the deadline for various reasons. So obviously, there are 5 other assembly members advocating for their respective cities. So we're very fortunate that our assembly member always pays close attention to us. Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, and that was my follow-up question, if there were other jurisdictions in a similar situation to us. Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and thank you, Mr. Wolf. That's my questions, Mayor.
Wonderful. Councilwoman Perez, did you have a hand raised? No? We'll go back to you, Councilwoman.
I'd like to move staff's recommendation.
Wonderful. I'll second
Mayor,
it.
before we
we have
make
a
a motion,
public
we do
speaker.
have we have Angela Wycombe joining us virtually.
Yeah.
If you can press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Go ahead, Ms. Wycombe.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to just say that I was for this. We voted on a lot of these things at the Parks and Recreation Commission as grants. And I just was really excited that these things were happening, and was a little disheartened when I heard that we were going to lose the grants and the funding. And then Mr. Hallett informed us that they were putting this on the agenda for you guys to look at and vote on. So anything we can do to make Oxnard more beautiful and habitat friendly and save water, I'm all for. So it sounds like it's going that way, and I'm really, really pleased that we were able to get the grant saved. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wycombe. Was she the only speaker, Madam Clerk?
Mayor and council members, that is correct. We did receive 2 written comments, one from Ana Carrillo
Yeah.
and from Juan Navarro. Thank you.
Thank you. We have copies of those emails that came in. Thank you for those written comments. And we have a first by Councilmember Starr, and I second that motion. Would you call for the vote?
Thank you. Councilwoman Basua? Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. If there's no further business, yes, go.
Wishing Councilwoman Basua a safe trip.
Oh, there you go. Okay. All right. See, there's no further business on the agenda. We adjourn. Thank you, everyone.